Good morning, everybody. At this time, we'll open up the Yamhill County Board of Commissioners formal informal session for June 17th, 2021. And we will have our flag salute. Christian, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Happy to. I pledge allegiance
to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for that. And we'll move on to updates to our calendar session. Are there any other joint meetings that we need to add to the calendar session?
Chair, I don't know if we need to add the PCP meeting. Is that something that if anybody's going to attend on June 25th?
We can do that. Let's see.
It's June 20th.
Do that next week on next week's.
Okay.
And anything else?
And then I totally forgot that I was meeting with Merkley, and so Commissioner Berschauer and I were both with Merkley. So just wanted to put that out there. It's a little late, but
yeah, it was a meet and greet for, I don't remember how it's labeled, but Yamhill County leaders. So there were other mayors and so on and so forth there. So
okay.
Yes, and good questions. Sorry, this is an aside, but good questions.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to public comment. And Carolina, thank you for sending us public comments. We received some yesterday and also some this morning. We appreciate that. We'll move on to our work session, and that's item E. And this time is reserved for topics of discussion. We do have one scheduled in advance on the Newburgh Urban Renewal Plan and Report. We have Doug Rux joining us again, the City of Newburgh, and Dan Weinheimer, City Manager, and Elaine Howard, Consultant. So thank you for joining us. And this is a follow-up to the presentation that we had, and now we're going to have further discussion as we move through this process. So Doug, do you want to thank you everyone for being here? Do you want to bring us up to speed on today's process?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Carrie, if you could share the screen with Elaine Howard, she's going to run our PowerPoint. I'm having technical failures this morning. You know how that goes. So what we're going to do today is give you an additional briefing. We provided you information at your May meeting, at one of your May meetings, and kind of walk through where we were at in March of 2020, and we brought you forward until May 1st of May of 2021. So Elaine will get us up to the top. So we're going to do a bit of a tag team. So Elaine and I are going to provide this particular presentation. So this is really a joint, this is to the Board of Commissioners and also as part of the Yamhill County Extension Services directors there. So next slide, please. So I'm going to go through a few slides that are some background that we presented to you in May, but this is kind of just to recap. So we were setting the stage, we talked about that. And the City of Newburgh has been through a wide variety of planning activities since 2016. We started in 2015, started adopting documents in 2016. So as the graphic shows, we did our economic development strategy, a tourism plan, our transportation plan, and our downtown improvement plan. What was important to note out of that series of documents is in our economic development strategy, it identified urban renewal as a potential tool to advance that strategy. And then the same thing occurred in our downtown improvement plan. The next year, we worked on and updated our water master plan. The following year, our wastewater. When we got to 2019, we updated our economic development strategy. We also did a community visioning program. First time the community had done something like that. And again, it was identified through that process as urban renewal as a potential tool to advance our economic development initiatives. We did our riverfront master plan. And the county was involved in that process. And again, urban renewal came up. We've done a housing needs analysis. We did another updated our economic development strategy, and that was related to COVID-19 and what to focus on. We finished our housing needs analysis. We did an economic opportunities analysis. Again, the documents identified urban renewal as a potential tool. And then we, in earnest, got involved in putting together the urban renewal program, which is a city council goal. And so we put together the feasibility study, we formed an agency, and then we implemented our land use regulations for the riverfront area. And then we updating our infrastructure plans, water, wastewater, stormwater, and transportation for the riverfront area. And so the graphics that are on the right-hand side, the top is our riverfront master plan area. On the lower left is our downtown improvement plan. Then the far right graphic is that there are over 130 urban renewal districts within the state of Oregon. Next slide. So I mentioned the feasibility study. So we started that in January of 2020. We finished it in July of 2020. We had an ad hoc committee, and they met 6 times putting together that feasibility study. We did a lot of public outreach, as I mentioned, in May. And then we informed our city council and our planning commission, and probably the most important is that we were informing the taxing districts as we were preparing that feasibility study. Next slide. So the feasibility study in July 2020, council did accept that document. So we have an executive summary and then the full report. And of course, all of our information is available on our webpage. Next slide. In August, the city council formed the Newburgh Urban Renewal Agency and declared blight conditions in compliance with ORS 457. Next slide. And then we began working on the urban renewal plan and report. And so we began in October and reconvened our advisory committee. They met 8 times. And we went through another round of public outreach. Again, the website has a plethora of information that's available. We went out to markets and social media and different community groups and organizations. We kept briefing our planning commission and city council. And then again, we were informing our taxing districts on the plan and report status as that was going through its development. So that's a bit of the background. Next slide. So here we have a graphic that represents where the urban renewal district is located. And so it's approximately 600 acres in size. It has an identified maximum indebtedness of $106.4 million. It includes our downtown area, which is from our downtown improvement plan, and our riverfront area. And then it's got 2 connections. And one of those is River Street. And then the second is Blaine Street. And then along Blaine Street, we've got the opportunity for additional higher density redevelopment to occur. And as I mentioned in May, what's important to note is that urban renewal does not increase property taxes. Next slide. So here I'm going to walk through some sub areas of the proposed urban renewal plan. So the one on your left is the riverfront area, and it's the mill site proper. The brown lines are new transportation routes and or improvements to existing. So Winooski Road is already there, but there are planned improvements to Winooski. Winooski is currently a county road. Then there's the East Industrial, and that would connect back towards the west and connect back with what we're calling the Bluff Road. And that would be a road on top of the bluff, looking over the Willamette River and out over French Prairie. The green line is an esplanade, and the community, through its riverfront plan, identified wanting to take advantage of parks, recreation, and open space, and having these view corridors. I think it's important to note with the brown lines, which are the transportation, it's not just the roadways, but it's also the infrastructure that goes underneath those roadways, water, sewer, and storm lines. On the right-hand side is what we call sub-area B, and that is south of the bypass and to the west of River Street, and it also includes Rogers Landing. So again, the brown line is the transportation improvements. So there would be improvements on River Street and 14th Street, again, with the associated underground infrastructure. The green lines are the trails. And so again, the esplanade. So the concept is you have an esplanade that would go from the cul-de-sac on Waterfront Street and go all the way back to the east to the Waterline Bridge. And maybe someday we might have a pedestrian path that goes over the Waterline Bridge and takes you out to French Prairie to get to Champoeg. There are railroad crossing improvements. There is a rail line that runs down Blaine Street and goes to the mill site. And so as redevelopment opportunities occur, we wanted to preserve that rail corridor. There's not many sites left that are vacant and have rail access. There's also part of the bypass trail. And so that bypass trail comes down River Street and then goes on the north side of 14th. And that would be connecting a missing link from what was constructed of that bypass trail by ODOT when they built the first phase of the bypass. Next slide. Subareas C and D. So C is on your left. And here, this area is about wastewater infrastructure. And there would be a new pump station that would be constructed and new gravity lines that would be constructed to connect to that new pump station. And then there's a force main line that goes back to the east, back towards River Street. You see on the map, it kind of shows 12th and 13th. What's important about this pump station is sub-area B. Most of sub-area B will end up gravity feeding into this pump station and then force main back over towards River Street to get back into the gravity component of our system. Sub-area D is between the railroad line and River Street. And there are three primary focuses here. One would be an extension of Blaine Street, south of 9th. And it would connect back up with College Street. That transportation corridor is necessary to address the traffic volumes from development and redevelopment in the riverfront area. We also have College Street, and College Street is currently a county road, and there would be improvements of that roadway. Again, with underground infrastructure. If you were out on College now, parts of it are gravel. There's not curbs, there's not sidewalks. There's a few sidewalks here and there. So it's a road that's in need of improvement. But again, it's also a corridor to get access into the riverfront area. And then there's another railroad crossing at College and the railroad line. And so we've had conversations with ODOT and are fully aware that, you know, as development and redevelopment occurs within the riverfront area, both the River Street and College Street rail crossing improvements are necessary. Next slide. Subareas E and F. So E is north of the bypass and to the east of River Street. And the project in this subarea is River Street. And so you'll see kind of a theme is River Street improvements. And these improvements will end up from 1st Street all the way to 14th Street and Rogers Landing Road. And so that is widening the roadway, upgrading infrastructure, sewer, water, and storm, sidewalks, ADA ramps. A lot of sidewalks out here are 4 feet wide and don't meet current standards. Many of the street crossings don't have ADA ramps, so there are accessibility issues. And subarea F, which is on the right-hand side, is a continuation of that River Street improvement, which would go from 9th Street up to 3rd. Next slide. Here we have subareas G and H. So G is on the left, and so this is the Blaine Street. And you see the green area is land that is predominantly zoned for high-density residential. It's underdeveloped in part, or there would be infill. For this one, we're looking more of the water infrastructure. We did an analysis, and we have some water issues in our South Newburgh area based upon fire flows. And so with the middle housing provisions from House Bill 2001, we've got infrastructure. And so Blaine Street is identified in urban renewal plan. There are other water infrastructures that would be dealt with by the city through our engineering department. And then we get to subarea H, which is the downtown. And this is a little over 100 acres in size. And there are a variety of things going on here. The brown line, which is 1st Street, which is Highway 99, would be improvements. And there we're working to get more pedestrian activity, which follows in line with our downtown plan. It's also a road diet, where we'd be removing the travel lane in strategic locations and then having wider sidewalks. The yellow line on 2nd Street is actually undergrounding overhead utility lines. So our downtown plan identifies getting more housing along 2nd Street. But the issue there is we've got all these overhead utility lines with power and telecommunications. And to get the multi-story buildings that we are desiring, that infrastructure needs to be undergrounded. TVF&R cannot access 3 or 4 story buildings and get through those power lines. The blue lines that run north-south in this area are water line improvements. We've got a number of lines in the downtown that are 4-inch, 6-inch in size, and our standard is 8. But to get the infill development that's identified in our downtown plan, we need to upgrade the water system. Then there's 1st Street over on the far right-hand side. So this goes from 3rd to 1st, and that's kind of the last leg or last component of that River Street improvement. We also have an intersection improvement identified at Hancock and College Street. That is a very congested location, and as the community continues to grow, there are improvements that are necessary. And then we have 2 new traffic signals that are identified at Blaine and Hancock and Blaine and 1st. And again, those 2 projects are related to the riverfront area and that redevelopment that would occur. So those are our projects. Next slide, please. So I'm going to turn this over to Elaine, and she's going to walk through the next 3 or 4 slides. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Elaine Howard, the consultant that is working with the city of Newburgh on this project. In the proposed urban renewal area, there are a number of annexations in process. Those annexations would then reduce the amount of need to get the Yamhill County approval. However, there are still properties within the area that are in unincorporated Yamhill County. Something has happened to my, there we go.
Elaine, can I ask a quick question on that?
You may.
How many properties have been annexed or acquired, and what types of properties are we talking about?
Commissioner, I think I can answer that question. So we are currently in the process of annexing 2 properties on Waterfront Street. We have those applications in hand. We're working through preparing the legal descriptions. The Baker Rock site, they've submitted their annexation application. There are 2 properties that the city owns just to the north of Rogers Landing and south of 14th Street. And the city council has authorized to annex those 2. We have the annexation application in hand now from the new owner of the mill site. And then we've also got the annexation application in from the Oregon Department of Transportation to annex the portions of the bypass that are currently not within the city limits. What that leaves for property that are currently do not have annexation applications in is Yamhill County for the old landfill, and then 1 parcel to the east of that, 2 smaller parcels up off of College Street and Weatherly Way, Rogers Landing, which is still owned by Westrock, and then the last 2 green ones, the bottom right one, that is land that we are in the process of purchasing from Westrock for our water treatment plant expansion. And once we get through that process, then we would annex that new area. And then the last one's up off of Winooski in that green box. And I've talked with that property owner and elderly parents. And so at this point in time, they did not want to annex, but in the future, that property, they intend to annex it into the city. That help?
So the role of Yamhill County in the review of the urban renewal plan, because there are properties that are not within the city limits, but in Yamhill County unincorporated area, Yamhill County has to review and also approve the plan by adoption of a resolution. This is a requirement of ORS 457.105. The extension district, which you also oversee, does not need to approve, only the county body itself for the representing Yamhill County. If there were no properties that were unincorporated, there would be no requirement for approval by the county, but because there are unannexed properties, there is requirement of approval of the plan by the county by resolution. The impacts to Yamhill County are direct impacts. Those impacts come from the increased assessed value in the urban renewal area and the fact that the taxes off of that increased assessed value will go to the urban renewal agency instead of to the county or extension district. Those projects, however, will be used to spur the development, which will actually increase the Yamhill County's tax revenue in the future. We also note that whenever a city improves itself dramatically, there is development outside of those urban renewal areas that is a result of the improvements within the urban renewal areas, and all of the taxes off of those improvements outside the urban renewal area will continue going to all of the taxing districts. So it is not impacted. So sometimes people think that this impacts all new development in the city. It does not. It only impacts that new development within the urban renewal area. The projections of the impact to Yamhill County are $24,793,036 over a 30-year time frame. Those impacts start off slowly and increase over time. They start off slowly because they are predicated on a 3% assessed value increase annually. And then as new development occurs, the impact off of that new development. The urban renewal area does not impact your existing revenues, so you do not see decreased revenues. It just impacts potential future revenues based on increased growth. There is a concept in urban renewal called but-for urban renewal, which means that much of this projected development on which the urban renewal agency will be receiving revenues would not occur unless the new infrastructure is put into place to allow those properties to develop. So if that infrastructure isn't there, that development cannot happen. So that the projected tax increases are based upon that new infrastructure coming into place. The impact to the 4-H Extension District over the 30 years is projected to be $431,897. This slide shows, this slide shows those projections annually over the time frame of the urban renewal area. The Yamhill County projections are in the initial column, and the second column is the County Extension Service. So as you can see, they start off small, they grow. That growth is due to anticipated growth within the urban renewal area as a result of those projects within the area. Are there questions about those financial slides?
I have some questions. Thank you, Elaine. I don't know if this is a question for you or for Doug. I guess they're not directly related to the financials, so maybe I'll hold my question, but thank you.
So as Elaine had stated earlier, what the role of Yamhill County is approval of a resolution for this urban renewal plan. So we provided to County Council a draft template for a particular resolution. And so the request from the city of Newburgh is that the Board of Commissioners adopt a resolution approving the Newburgh Urban Renewal Plan. So that's our presentation, commissioners.
Thank you, Doug. A couple of questions, if I may. At the last time we talked, I don't know that you had met with TVFNR. Have you met with them, and are they approving this?
I have a presentation to TVFNR on June 22nd at 3 o'clock.
Okay. And the other question I have is, and this might be something for County Council or even for Todd, who unfortunately isn't with us. He's sort of our land use expert. But a couple of questions regarding the House Bill 3056. This is pretty much predicated on the provisions in that. Is there something subsequent to that House bill that deals with urban renewal agencies?
Elaine?
Yes, I was involved in actually the negotiations on House Bill 3056, so I understand it very well. This plan was written to conform to any of those requirements. Parts of those requirements were, I'm trying to remember that, plus the prior one, a required 45-day consultant confer process. We are within that process of the notification of the taxing districts. There were some house cleaning efforts on that, just on the overall statute, but revenue sharing as part of the last couple of changes has been a component of urban renewal that is figured into this plan, and revenue sharing is not expected to commence over the life of the plan. But this plan is written to conform to everything that occurred in House Bill 3056.
Thank you.
And
Go ahead, Doug, sorry.
Commissioner, I think I would also add, in part of 3056, there was the language about if you were using urban renewal dollars for public buildings, and there will be an additional process. And in this urban renewal plan, there are no public buildings proposed. It's all infrastructure.
Okay, and that brings me to another question, actually two other questions, and this might be an Elaine question. The maximum indebtedness, we're looking at 106.4 million. That's the maximum indebtedness. And I wasn't clear in this House Bill 3056, are there provisions to increase that maximum indebtedness, or is this pretty much the bottom line and the cap?
There are provisions within the statute to increase maximum indebtedness. The statute allows just overall an increase of 20% of the initial maximum indebtedness as indexed by inflation annually. However, we should note that we added some language into this plan at the request of TVFNR that is not required by statute. One of the things we added was a 30-year limit on the duration of the plan. Now, that 30-year limit helps deal with maximum indebtedness increases, because if you increase your maximum indebtedness, you typically also have to extend the duration of the plan. So the city and the agency in Newburgh have agreed to that duration provision within the plan. Any increase above that 20% does have to be approved by 75% of the taxing districts representing the permanent rate levy. So that would probably include the county. It's usually the city, the fire district, and the county and the school district that represent the bulk of the taxing impacts.
Thank you. I have other questions, but I don't want to hog all the question time. So commissioners, do you want to go ahead and then I can come back to these?
Chair, I'm really appreciating your questions, so I'm happy to continue to listen for now.
Thank you. Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate your questions as well, because they're in line with mine. Some basic ones that I wrote down, just kind of a high level questions. Does Yamhill County have any current urban renewal districts?
Yes. City of McMinnville, City of Dundee, and the City of Carlton.
Okay. what percentage for Newburgh, what percentage of this overall urban renewal district is inside city limits versus outside of the current city limits?
Oh, good question. I think we were at 16%.
Is outside or in?
The urban renewal district was 16% of the land area within the city limits. There's a statutory limitation of 25%.
Right.
Elaine?
I think the question is a little different, and the question is how much of the land area is within the county. So I don't know if we have that specifically, but we could get back to you on that. I'm looking at the land use chart, and some of these I know are county designations. So.
Okay, so am I understanding that by statute, you have to have, what, 25% of the UR district within the city limits?
By statute, you may only have 25% of the city's total acreage in an urban renewal area. There's no statutory requirement for how much of an urban renewal area is within a city or within unincorporated areas.
Okay, so the purpose of the annexation is what exactly?
The purposes of the annexations are to bring those areas into the city because they will be requiring city services. And Doug, you may want to expand on that.
Yeah, so I'll use the mill site as the primary example. Only 8 acres of the mill site is currently within the city limits, and the balance of it is located outside of the city, but within the urban growth boundary. And then there's roughly 75 acres that's completely outside of the urban growth boundary. So for that property to redevelop, it would need to annex into the city in order to get city services, sewer and water. So similarly, conversations with Baker Rock is that for them to develop and to get city water and sewer service, they would need to annex. The Goodells, the Stonebrinks are in that same situation.
Okay. So has there been any discussion about a public vote, public approval? Because urban renewal districts have been very controversial in the past. Was that part of the discussion or the planning? Was there any sort of, prioritization of asking the folks who live within the proposed district or the city how they feel about this?
Well, again, we've done now about 6.5 years of public outreach to get to this particular point in this process of proposing an urban renewal program. The city council has not discussed about going out to a vote. There is provisions within ORS 457 that with adoption of an urban renewal plan, there is a referendum provision.
Okay. I've been studying urban renewal for almost a decade. My experience has been that most voters do not understand what tax increment financing is or what it means. And it takes a while to sort of work through that process to let them know that it is literally diverting money away from their schools, their firefighters, their police officers, their sheriff into this urban renewal district. And there's certainly other ways to go about facilitating development. I guess my concern is that, Doug, you specifically have had experience with this in Tualatin, where the urban renewal district was expiring and the proposed extension was close to the same, as my understanding. $120 million was the original proposed extension of that UR district, and TVFNR came in almost immediately and said, no way. And the reason they said that is because, they predicted that they would lose upwards of $10 million over the course of 25 years is what was proposed. So I'm curious as to how this is different. That particular process in Tualatin caused quite a backlash, not only from some of the taxing districts, but from the public as well. And ultimately, the city council was forced into the position where they couldn't extend it, and it expired. If you fast forward, and I'm friends with the mayor, former mayor Lou Ogden. If you fast forward, he would tell you that that actually contributed to voters passing term limits, because they were very frustrated with the direction that the city council and the mayor was going. So how is this process any different from that?
Well, Commissioner, yes, I was in Tualatin at time when the city urban renewal agency and the city council were looking at doing an extension of their downtown urban renewal district. And there were conversations with taxing districts. In the end, the city council pulled the plug on that and chose not to do that extension. And with that, then I went through the process to terminate the collections of taxes, which then pushed all of those tax dollars back to all of the overlapping taxing districts. So I think one of the big differences is there was a district that was already in place there, and the city council was talking about extending the life of that district. Here, we're talking about creating a brand new district. And again, we have done a lot of public outreach to the citizens. And if I go back and mention our economic development strategy, our downtown plan, our riverfront plan, our community visioning document, all of that had all of this public input, and the public input identified an urban renewal district as a tool to help do the revitalization and to attract new businesses into the riverfront area and the downtown.
Yes, I went back and looked at some of the meeting minutes from the city council meeting, kind of the post-op on that. And the city councilors did express that the feedback they were getting from the public was they felt like they were informed of the impacts of the urban renewal district too late, that they didn't have enough information about the impacts, and that the information wasn't very forthcoming. And they expressed frustration over that. There was also plenty of feedback about not having a public say or a public vote in how these tax dollars are going to be spent. And most of that extension for Tualatin was for infrastructure, like you mentioned, roads and other things, which is similar to Newburgh. And the price tag is the same. So I'm failing to understand how this is any different. And I worry that Newburgh City Council is going to face the same kind of backlash once voters understand what this means. If you look at Clackamas County, dating back to 2011 and 2012, urban renewal was so contentious that countywide voters gathered signatures and put it on the ballot, basically saying that any new urban renewal district or extension of a current one had to pass voter approval before it was done. The county commissioners at the time put a competing measure on to confuse voters, because in my experience, urban renewal is used by government agencies because it doesn't require a public vote. You know, it's sort of easy to make these decisions without having direct buy-in from the public. The county commissioner competing measure failed, and the other one was upheld. So now in Clackamas County, you do have to have a public vote to create a new UR district. So I have significant concerns about this. It feels a lot like the trajectory of what was happening in Tualatin, and you're certainly very familiar with that as you were at the helm of that process. So those are my concerns at this point.
Okay.
Thank you, Elaine.
Yes, I'd like to just clarify a few things as the consultant working on this. The advisory committee, which met more than any advisory committee I have ever worked on any urban renewal plan, was comprised of representatives of TVFNR, of the Parks District, of the school district. They voted unanimously to adopt the project list. They voted unanimously to send this on to the city for referral. If those districts had issues with this, they would have added those comments at that time or would not have approved that project list. But they all voted to approve it unanimously. I know that the TVFNR board meeting has not occurred yet. However, the representative from TVFNR, Chief Olvin, who was on that committee, has stated in an email to us that they are supportive of the projects that are being undertaken within the area, and understand that this is a good use of urban renewal for them. So I know that the board will review this. They don't have to take a formal action, but I am expecting that their board will also be positive. We haven't heard anything negative back from them. On the schools, again, the superintendent was part of that district. He understands urban renewal financing very well. The schools, I'm sure if you've done a lot of research, you know, but I'm just doing this mostly for people watching on YouTube because they may not know. Schools are affected differently. They are funded through the state school fund. Property tax revenues are a portion of the state school fund. There are other funding sources that go into the state school fund. Any community that has urban renewal does not get less on a per pupil basis than if they did not have urban renewal. There's no change in the amount of funding that goes to a school district just because they do or do not have urban renewal in their community. And then also on Clackamas County, I do a lot of work in Clackamas County. That initiative that is in effect now is just for unincorporated areas. It's not for incorporated areas. So I just want to make sure that that's clarified for anybody who's watching who wouldn't understand.
Yes.
Commissioner Bershow, more questions?
Oh, no, my only follow-up comment is that, you know, that is true what you said about the schools. The problem is that over time, over 25 to 30 years, we can predict that school districts will have additional needs through bonds or levies. And that's when the issue with taxpayers comes forward, because it does impact taxpayers being able to approve those things essentially as replacement revenue for what's being siphoned off to go into your urban renewal districts. So I just wanted to make that response clear as well.
Thank you. I had a question for, I think this would probably be a question directed to Doug. And you know, I've certainly been very outspoken about my concerns about the impacts, the negative impacts of SDC fees. And when you factor in what CPRD, that's $8,000 per single family house. And then of course, Newburgh's, which are significantly higher. You're kind of the whipping boy here because you're the messenger. But those SDC fees really do impact, I think, growth in a negative way, but that's another discussion. So how do, in terms of how are these particular funds, which are supposed to fund urban renewal, how are SDCs either impacted in that is what the SDCs are designed to do, is to pay for the infrastructure of new development. So if you've got that covered over here, but then you have a siphoning off, if you will, of the various taxing districts to pay for an urban renewal project, it kind of looks on the surface real elementary, just a double opportunity to fund these. And I'm wondering if you could make the distinction for us.
I will do my best. So yes, the city of Newburgh does have an SDC system in place. Our city council is actually having discussions and revisiting our SDCs. I believe we're doing some community outreach now in that process, and we're planning to come back in front of the council with information in August of this year. So for this urban renewal program, SDC, well, projects that are SDC eligible for funding have to be listed in the master plan. And for this urban renewal district, there is infrastructure that is not listed in those master plans. And so if I go back to the mill site, I'll use that as the example. The Bluff Road, the East-West Road, that infrastructure is not, they are local commercial industrial streets. They're not arterials, or collectors. Thus, they are not eligible to spend SDC dollars on. The example of the pump station, the urban renewal plan is contributing a portion, or would be contributing a portion of the funds towards that pump station. Disproportionately, SDCs will be funding that particular project. There are other situations where there may be some leveraging of urban renewal dollars with SDC dollars in order to provide infrastructure. So the committee they spent a lot of time talking about this and what projects would need urban renewal funding, which projects had SDC funding, where were there gaps in that SDC funding in order to get this infrastructure that would be necessary to support this new development and redevelopment. And so that's why it took 8 meetings in part on the plan portion of it to try to figure that all out. I can say that when we started with our original project list, and this was just a list drawing from our different master plans, is that we had close to $118 million worth of projects identified with the 600-acre area. And we knew that we could not afford all of it. And so the committee spent a lot of time winnowing that list down to get to the dollar value that we're at that's in the proposal. So again, there is some infrastructure is very expensive. Between urban renewal dollars, SDC, and private dollars is how do you get those different funding sources to come together in order to get that infrastructure in place, to get that new development that creates the new job opportunities. And that's one of the big things in Newburgh. You know, when the mill closed, we lost over 200 jobs at an average annual wage of about $80,000 a year. And in the modeling that we've done, we're looking at just the mill site alone could produce, 300 to 400 new jobs with redevelopment of that particular site. Elaine, anything else you'd want to add? Okay. Commissioner, did that help clarify?
Yes, thank you to a degree, but at some point I'm going to come back to that. Commissioner Berschauer.
Commissioner Kula, if you have questions too, hop in here. I don't want to monopolize. So
Thank you. I'm going to wait for you and then Commissioner Chair Starrett, and then I'll jump in with one.
Okay. There was a study done in Portland because Portland has several urban renewal districts, but there was a study done about one of their urban renewal districts, and the results were that it costs taxpayers about $550,000 of taxpayer subsidy to create one job within that UR district. And then at the same time, the jobs that were happening outside of the district were actually growing with zero taxpayer subsidy. So I guess my comment is why not cut out the middleman? I mean, the UR district is the middleman. So why not cut out the middleman and save taxpayers money and consider, like Commissioner Starrett said, maybe a revision or a moratorium on your SDC fees, or expedited permitting, or why not just go straight to the public with a general obligation bond and say, hey, we have a need for a wastewater treatment plant. Here's the cost, here's what it's going to entail, and we'd like your approval. This is a major need for the city. It's frustrating to me because the actual urban renewal district in of itself has some pretty significant administrative costs as well. You're talking 15 to 20% of the cost of the district. So I guess one of my other criticisms is why not just make it easier for people to come in and develop rather than creating a whole new layer of taxing district.
Well, Commissioner, I'm not aware of that particular Portland study that you referenced. The Chair Starrett raised the question about the SDCs, and I indicated that there are a number of these projects that are not SDC eligible. So And so, the council's having conversations and evaluating and looking at what we may do for adjustments or modifications to our SDC program. But if you took these projects that are in the urban renewal plan and those that are not SDC eligible, then you would have to go back and modify your master plans, add those, and see if we could add those projects in to make them eligible or not. And the consequence of that, it raises your SDCs even higher than what they are today. But then you get down to making choice. The council has to get down to the point of making choices about what projects would be on a project list that then establishes what your SDC rate is going to be. And those are the conversations that they're going to have. The question about a general obligation bond, the council has not directed staff, to evaluate or consider doing a GO bond. I'm not picking on McMinnville. I know that, they went out and did a GO bond to do a bunch of infrastructure improvements. They have a different model than Newburgh. So I always caution people when they compare Newburgh to McMinnville, two different systems. We don't have our own water. We don't have our light district. Newburgh is different. It's more typical of many other communities where there are some communities that have some of their own infrastructure that's in place that can help reduce their cost. So our SDCs, as they're established, are based upon approved project lists that are in our master plans that have been approved by council. The needs of infrastructure exceed the financial capacity. I think most communities in the state of Oregon would say, yeah, that's the case. Roads are expensive, sewer is expensive, water lines are expensive. And this urban renewal program is a way to help leverage and attract new investment that bodes for, at the end of this urban renewal program, as Elaine alluded to earlier, without this urban renewal program, this development wouldn't have occurred. With this urban renewal program, this development would occur. And I'll use kind of an analogy from the economic development perspective. When a company comes and talks to me, one of the first questions they'll ask me is, what incentives do you have and what can you do to help assist with the infrastructure costs? It's universal. I've been doing it for 30 plus years, and that's the question that they ask. And so, each community within the state of Oregon has to look at that. And urban renewal is one of those tools to help assist to attract those types of investments and those job creation opportunities. Newburgh doesn't want to be a bedroom community. The citizens have expressed that over and over again. They want to maintain their own identity, but they also want to have jobs locally here so people can live here and work here. And they want to have housing that's affordable, either affordable housing at 80% or less of the median family income, or that workforce housing at from 80% to 120%, so that you can afford to live here and work here. When we talk with companies who are looking at opportunities, they're always asking, what's your housing price? What's your rental price? It's an important variable in their decisions of where they're going to locate their companies and or expand their companies. And I always remind people that roughly 80% of your job growth is going to come from existing companies. And we have companies who have left Newburgh because there's no place to grow. There was no land available. We have very, very little vacant industrial building space, and they picked up their operations and have moved to other communities. And so for Newburgh, we're trying to counter that trend. And so this urban renewal program, and with the sale of the mill and the demolition and the redevelopment opportunities, is directly responding to what the community has asked for. Create the opportunities to have local jobs here.
I just want to follow up to that, and you'll forgive me, Doug, because I'm gonna beat up on you a little bit.
Okay.
forewarning. So the community has wanted childcare, has desperately needed childcare. And I think the city of Newburgh has, when you talk about listening to the city, to the constituents and the community, is the desperate need for childcare. DCI comes along with a very generous proposal and then really just basically hands to the community an opportunity for them to take the lion's share of spaces in a childcare facility. And the city, I feel, was not very hospitable in allowing that project to go on, and made it cost prohibitive for them to do that. So there's that component, which if you want people to work in your community, and then something that is done, I feel, which was counter to making it a hospitable climate for people to come and work. The other thing is I've been in meetings where developers who came in and said, I want to build these apartments here, but they got up and they walked out and they had a conversation and said, we can't afford to build them because the SDCs aren't here. We're going to Troutdale. So workforce housing just walked out the door. I don't know how many, 20, 40 units walked out the door. Childcare, we're talking out of both sides of our mouth. If we want to make it easier for people to live and work here, we don't make it more expensive and we don't make it prohibitive. So that's just my soapbox, because I see we're trying to do two different things here.
In the situation of the DCI, if we fully open the can, is that the issue came down to the SDCs that were required under the system that is in place today. And then we also had an issue with the Oregon Department of Transportation about street lighting. So there were two pieces to that. And that's part of the impetus while the Newburgh City Council is having this conversation about system development charges and what is the appropriate. And I can't give an answer yet because we haven't collected the community information. We haven't had the second step in that process of conversation with the City Council. The workforce, and so yes, we acknowledge we are a childcare desert in Yamhill County. We are a childcare desert in the city of Newburgh. And I know between SEDCOR and the city and Shannon, we're all working. How do we address this issue? And I know Commissioner Pope from Polk County, childcare issues. They're there. We got to get people back to work. Parents need to be able to have a location that's safe for their kids so that the parents can get back to work so we can get our economy going again. And so, again, council is looking at the SDC issue. On the apartment question, yes, SDCs do come into play in that situation as well. And again, the council is evaluating and looking at that SDC program. Dan, anything you would add to that?
So if it's all right, I would just add, I appreciate the comments on SDCs, and, it is an issue we need to look at. And certainly we recognize that, it feels as though it is talking out of both sides of your mouth, as you pointed out, Chair Starrett, that we're asking for, urban renewal and I think trying to improve parts of the community with that tool, but also, recognize that we have limited options as staff right now with the current regime of how SDCs are calculated in Newburgh. And so we have a survey out for community members to participate in, and would encourage folks to give us some input on and some ideas on how we might improve the SDC regime, but ultimately also have to pay for some of the infrastructure driven by development in the community, and haven't had that conversation yet with the community members to the general obligation bond that was mentioned prior, or other tools. And so we're really trying to be sensitive to the fact that we get beat up all the time, but and that's fine. But certainly the question of development should pay its way. Why aren't you charging the developer when you're then asking a resident to pick up the bill? I think we need to make those choices, and we need to be eyes wide open on those things. And just in terms of the childcare project, I think you know that we funded with CARES Act funding some of the exploratory of some of those locations that they were looking for Project Oasis, and we're very excited about the opportunity to partner with DCI, and we see that as an opportunity. And that's also part of this SDC conversation. We've got to fix some of that. If there are certain things we want in the community, we should think about, in my opinion, not speaking for council, but in my opinion, we should think about ways to incentivize those things. And so that should be part of the mix of the conversation going forward. But we recognize there's, tools that we can leverage, that we're looking at all the things on the table and just trying to think about, where we want to incent and how to do that. So I appreciate the conversation and the questions.
Thank you. Commissioner Kula, did you want to jump in here? We've sort of been monopolizing the conversation.
No, thank you, Chair. I was honored to be part of the Waterfront Master Plan Ad Hoc Advisory Committee. I think that's that's not the full title. So I was present when Doug rolled out the first list, the one that they've winnowed down to a reasonable amount. The one thing I was curious about, and this might actually be a question that Ken Friday can answer too, is what, but for this project having some of it currently inside of the county, unincorporated county, this would not require our blessing. Is that correct, Doug?
That is, if all of this proposed area was within the city limits of the city of Newburgh, there would not be a requirement for the county to consider adopting a resolution approving the plan. It would simply be the consult confer process that we're going through with all of the other taxing districts. So as we moved through, Commissioner, and got the riverfront plan adopted by council and did all the implementation, we have talked with all of the property owners within the proposed boundary who were not annexed to see if they would be willing to annex. And as I mentioned to Commissioner Berschauer previously, many have provided their annexation applications, and we're in the process of doing that. And those properties will be annexed by the end of the calendar year. There were a few who chose not to. We reached out, candidly, we reached out to the county to see if the county would be interested in annexing the landfill. And the message came back to us, no, we are not interested. It would add another layer of government essentially onto it. It's like, okay, we didn't push it. We just asked the question. A couple of the other property owners I've talked to, I said, one is waiting. They have elderly family. There will be a point in time when that property will sell and will get annexed into the city. Two others are like that. One is that just to the west of the landfill, young couple who have that, they like their country living and they just want to stay just as they are. They like their goats and chickens and so forth. And again, his name's Brandon. Fine, that's great. If that's what we want, we're not pushing an agenda here. We're just saying, if you're willing to annex and you want to, provide all of the signed documentation, and then the city will go through the process and we will annex those properties. So that's where we're at.
So then thank you, Doug. Is it accurate then to say that the majority of the properties and the majority of the acres that are currently in unincorporated Yamhill County are in the process of annexation into the city?
Yeah, I think the two big pieces that are not are the landfill and Rogers Landing.
Right. Okay. And then the other question along
which are
lines,
tax exempt properties already.
Right. That's a good clarification. And at some point, I want to get a sense from Director Friday of the remaining challenges as he sees them with annexing the landfill. And I'm sure that he will be happy to share that. But I guess from my perspective, seeing that these are moving, almost all of these properties are moving into the city, that this is an odd situation where if the timing was different, we would simply be in a consent, an advise and consent, or a confer and advise. Is that what it is? Sorry.
Consult and confer.
Consult and confer. One of those words mixed with another one of those words. Okay, so as I see it, we are because the timing of the urban renewal proposal is now rather than post annexation of a lot of these. It's kind of a statutory requirement, but if you waited, we wouldn't even be asked to approve it. I just wanted to acknowledge that that's really the situation we're in right now. But Chair, if I may, I'd love to ask the Director Friday.
Before we get to Ken Friday, because I have about a dozen different, but since we've talked about the landfill, I wanted to just kick it over to our administrator who, just a comment on the landfill so we can address that piece and then go to Director Friday, if that's okay. So just maybe a statement on the landfill in terms of the county's perspective, Ken.
And Chair, that was essentially my question, but for Director Friday. So I'm happy to hear from both.
Oh, yeah, thank you. Sorry.
I think either Ken could answer the questions on that. Honestly, I think the concerns that we had that is specific to the landfill is right now there's not really any type of long-term plan besides continuing with post-closure activities for that site. And so then the concern would be is we just, again, as we shared with Doug, was adding the extra layer because we already have quite a bit of compliance things that, with DEQ and to essentially add another layer of compliance and responding to whatever is needed to address at the landfill as part of that DEQ post-closure permit. At this point, if we know that there's been discussions with Chehalem Parks has expressed an interest in that property, and if it looks like that there was, momentum that the board would like to see something done with that property or something long-term besides simply managing a former landfill site and doing, keeping us in compliance with our closure permit, at that point, then I think we would be wanting to come back and talk to the board and have that discussion with the city about annexation at that time. Ken, did I miss anything that you wanted to add?
Nope. I have similar concerns just about, well, right now we're getting trespass onto the landfill, partly because there's an indication that there's going to be a trail. And so people think there is a trail. And I do have a little bit of concern that this waterfront master plan, while Casey was involved with it, our office saw it, it never was really adopted by the board, and that my concern is that this action would be seen as somewhat of a land use action in addition to the district that it's forming. And as long as the properties are in the city limits, I don't have a concern about that. But when some of them are outside the city limits and going to remain that way, I do have a little bit of a concern about that. And there might be a legal requirement for us to send a notice out on this. And Kristen and I talked a little bit about this yesterday, and I would like to get Todd's take on that as well.
Thank you. Commissioner Kula, did you have a follow-up question for Director Friday?
No, that was what I was looking forward to hearing. I did want to note that I'm curious, Director Friday, have you been interviewing the people who have been trespassing? I'm just curious about how we know that it's related to a waterfront master plan.
I'm not necessarily saying it's the waterfront master plan, but there's a map that Chehalem Park and Rec District has on their website that shows a pathway, and it just happens that pathway lines up with the existing path along the landfill. And with additional plans being out there and additional maps being online, there's more and more information that leads a reasonable person to believe that there's a trail down there. And I've had my staff out there, tell people, no trespassing. This is not a trail. And they say, yeah, it is. Here, see it. It's on this map. So, and we've had fencing put up, and we've had it cut down, and we've tried to do things to control it. And I don't want to put cameras out there or anything, but we might have to take more strident actions because it's something that is a problem, and we have erosion control methods that we have to maintain on this closed landfill. And I would love it if we don't have to do this in the future, but from our discussions with DEQ, that's at least for the the time being, that that's an issue we'll have to keep taking on. I do have one other thing, if I could ask a question about roads. And the question I have is, you know, presently I talked with Bill Anderson of the County Road Department. I asked him if he could just estimate the length of roads that are county maintained but entirely within the city limits, and he said it's more than a mile but less than 2 miles. And you know, these are roads like South College Street, Main Street. A portion of Main Street is maintained by the county. Sheridan Street, portions of it are maintained by the county, and that, you know, creates confusion. Obviously it creates an issue for our road department, and it creates confusion on the part of citizens who, you know, expect that if it's in the city limits, it should be maintained by the city. And I was wondering if Doug or Dan would be able to, you know, say, as part of this project, could we have all of those roads taken into the city and maintained by the city? Because, you know, frankly, it makes sense. And some of this money that you're asking Yamhill County to forego, the 24 million over the next 30 years, you know, I see South College Street as one of those things you're trying to improve. And well, why wouldn't then the city take those roads in, and the maintenance of those roads? And would the city staff be able to obligate themselves to doing that by the end of this year?
Ken, I think it's a good question, something Dan and I would have to chat about. I can give you a small portion of an answer to that. And let's use South River Street, south of the bypass. Once that roadway was fully improved, roadbed, infrastructure, curbs, gutters, sidewalks, and so forth, then we would entertain conversations about transferring jurisdiction of that section of the roadway to the city. 14th Street, similar situation. Once that road gets improved, in urban renewal, it's a project, then we would have those conversations with the county about taking jurisdiction. College Street is the same situation. Once College Street gets improved, urban renewal is approved, we go in, we build that roadway, then we talk to the county about doing that jurisdictional transfer. So there's pieces of that, but you mentioned some other roads that are outside. So I think Dan and I would have to have a conversation and get back to you on that.
Thank you. I'm wondering at this point, I have some questions for Todd. Todd's not here, and I'm just want to make sure there's no immediacy to this resolution, because I certainly have a lot of questions, and I'm wondering if we can go ahead and maybe Ken Friday, do you want to weigh in this, or Christian, as to being able to have Todd part of the discussion and then continuing our discussion at a later date where everyone is there again.
I would just highlight that the resolution, per the request, we do have it on the agenda for later under other business. Part of the question also could be, I'm just kind of putting it out there, if I may, Chair, is to Doug, is there anything that, is there a timeline or something that we need to be aware of that's driving taking the action on the resolution?
You do not need to do a resolution today. You do have the consult confer process, and so that ends on July 26th. And so I have a report that will be going out that day to the City Council for their meeting on August 2nd in regards to the public hearing for the urban renewal plan. So you do have a couple of meetings that we can come back and have additional conversations with you, answer more of your questions that you may have. The chair mentioned having Todd Sadlow be part of the discussions. Elaine and Dan and I are willing to come back.
That would be great. So do we want to just go ahead and at this point, we can figure out a date, or do we need to do that now? Figure out a date when we can come back? Ken? We don't need a date right now.
We have, as Doug said, that was going to be my ultimate recommendation when we got to the item on the agenda, consideration of the resolution. Given what Ken Friday mentioned earlier, as we prepared the resolution, it became clear that there could be some additional land use considerations that the board should be aware of and that may need to be added to the resolution. So it sounds like Ken Friday shares the concerns that I raised with him yesterday and that we discussed briefly. And I think it would be beneficial to have Todd weigh in. And I don't know that it would involve a set over of more than a week or two. And my review of where we're at, this presentation I understand today was part of the consult and confer 45-day process. So we would have additional time up to and through some of the meetings in July, as long as the board's decision was taken, presumably before Doug reports to the city and the city takes its action in early August. So we could set it over to next week if we think that's an appropriate time frame, or an additional week or two out.
Thank you. Commissioner Kula?
Yes, thank you, Chair. One thing that it seems like could work is that Chair Starrett has questions for Councillor Sadlow. Can those be presented to Councillor Sadlow, and then the questions and the answers added to the packet for next week or for a following week when we have that? Just so we're, there are questions that Chair Starrett is able to ask him separately, and then they'll be fully in the packet and in a transparent manner. The other thing so that was a question, but the other thing I wanted to go back to was Director Friday's questions about road vacation or road jurisdictional transfer, really. And that's part of Public Works long-term strategy for maintaining our road system, is improving roads to the standards of the city and then transferring the ownership of them. So we're, I don't know how much Doug is involved in that, but Director Lago is actively working on identifying road sections that are the highest priority within each jurisdiction and preparing them to be improved. And
Thank you for that. As to the questions for Councillor Sadlow, I don't have a script. I just thought we could do what we usually do, is just get everyone together and our conversations sort of just sort of flow the way they're going to flow. So I don't have a list of questions for a script. So I'm just going to do what I do, and you guys do what you do, and that's ask questions. Councillor.
Yeah. So as far as one of the questions that you asked earlier about any impacts on the county's role in this process under House Bill 3056, I don't know if that was still one of the questions that you had for Todd, but as we've been talking here, I took a quick look at that, and I don't see anything in that bill that would have a direct impact on the county's role in this process at this time. So I don't know if that helps answer one of the questions that you thought you might still have for Todd. As to the other ones, without knowing what they are, to Commissioner Kula's point, it's hard to know whether or not we'd be able to get through them all and have them added to the packet in time for next week's meeting. I would hopefully, I'd say that we could do that, assuming that we met early enough next week. Todd's back on Monday. And we can certainly have individual conversations and try to address some of those questions, and then bring those back and have a further conversation with the full board and Todd if questions remain. If we set it over for next week, and if we need additional time, we have a little bit of a window on the calendar for that as well.
Okay, great. Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you, Chair. I just have a point of clarification, maybe for Doug or Dan. So if, so you've been talking about annexing these individual pieces, and the county's a part of that. What happens if one person just doesn't? I mean, do you move forward with a subsection of the urban renewal district, or do you have to wait until they're all in and then you can proceed?
We do not have to wait for them to all be in. You'd just have a few parcels that would be outside of the city, but within the urban growth boundary, but would be within the urban renewal district.
Okay, thank you.
So I think at this point, we've gotten through this part, but we do have additional questions. So when we address the resolution item, we can go ahead and maybe set a date. And I'm assuming that we can do this in a week. and have some conversations with Todd, and then have him join us next week. Doug and Dan and Elaine and Ken, will you be available next Thursday to pick up this conversation?
Chair, I'm available next Thursday at 10 a.m.
Awesome. Everybody, does that look good? Okay, so then maybe
I
we'll,
am too.
okay, well, you have to be. You don't have a choice, Commissioner. So, okay, well, we'll go ahead at this point and we'll just assume that when we get to that agenda item, we'll go ahead and figure out for next week. If anything changes, we'll let you know. But thank you for being here, for answering the questions, and we'll have more questions probably next week, but appreciate the presentation and thank you for joining us this morning.
Thank you very much.
See you next week. Okay. So we'll move on to our department updates, and we don't have any. And our consent agenda, do we have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner. We have a motion to approve. All those in favor, further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye, please.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. On to item H, which is old business, and that is item H1, consideration of adoption of the written findings and conditions in the matter of upholding the planning director's approval and denying the appeal of planning docket FD-0121, approval of a farm help dwelling for a family member on tax lot 3304-400, which is at 17571 Northeast Calkins Lane in Newburgh, and the applicant is Kip Myers. This was continued from May 17th, and Stephanie Armstrong is joining us at some point, and Ken Friday is still with us. So if there's no questions, or we don't have any specific questions, commissioners, in terms of adopting the findings, I would entertain a motion.
I move that we approve item H1.
Thank you so much. We have a motion to approve item H1. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes. Thank you very much. So let's see, we'll move on to item I, which is other business, consideration of adopting resolution 21-06-17-1 and board order approving the Newburgh Urban Renewal Plan. And let's see, I think at this point, we just need a motion to reschedule this for June 24th.
There's no motion required. It can be a no action, and we'll just continue that. We'll put it under old business for next week. We'll just make a note that it's been continued to further discussions next week.
Okay, great. All righty. Thank you very much. On to item I2, consideration of the appointment of Lee Gillen to the Parkway Committee for 4 years to expire January 1, 2025. Do we have a motion?
I would move that we approve item I2, the appointment of Lee Gilliam.
Okay, we have a motion to approve item I2. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item H3, consideration of 2 appointments to the Local Investment Advisory Committee, William Sweat for a 2-year term to expire on July 1, 2023, and Kevin Chambers for a 3-year term to expire July 1, 2024. These appear to be really excellent candidates, and I can speak for at least one of them, Mr. Chambers. So we appreciate our treasurer bringing these candidates forward. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
We have a motion to approve the 2 appointments to the Local Investment Advisory Committee. Further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item H4, consideration of the appointments Greg Wildhauber, apologies if I didn't say that right, and Dwight Demon to the Fair Board, each for a 3-year term to expire June 17, 2024. Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Chair. So these 2 are replacing Stan, I believe, and then April as well. And so both of these individuals come highly recommended by Gary and the staff and the rest of the board. So I move approval of item I4.
Motion to approve. Further discussion? Ken. Offer.
If I may, Chair, I just, the one thought that I have, and I wasn't sure about the timing, but I understand that there's a motion and for further discussion. I did want to highlight or bring attention to, or I'm not sure, or express a concern about, I think one of the appointees, Dwight Demon, and it's not a reflection on him personally or his ability to serve on the committee or anything along those lines. The concern I have is I just want to highlight that Dwight is currently a county employee, is a full-time county employee who works in our corrections division of Department of Community Justice as a work crew supervisor. And I do have some concerns that I just want to make sure, because corrections also has a partnership with the fairgrounds in providing work crews for various events, and this could create some challenges as far as a lot of the fair board members act in a volunteer capacity during events, and with his full-time job being that of a work crew supervisor, that it could end up in an issue, because employees can't volunteer to do their job. You can't come back and volunteer on Saturday and Sunday for your job that's Monday through Friday. That creates overtime situations, issues with employment situations with bully. And then there's also just the dynamic of on how the fair board interacts with supervisors in corrections, who in turn, if Dwight's acting as a capacity as a fair board member, how that relationship with this direct supervisor who, I just wanted to just call that out, that there's some challenges and I have some concerns with this. And, if it does work, I think it has to have some clear kind of expectations or some clear lines established between the acting as the fair board member and Dwight's employment status. And I think, again, this is just made a little bit more challenging just because Dwight works as a work crew supervisor for corrections. And so there may be times that he's acting in that capacity, working at the fairgrounds, and so I just wanted to bring attention to that.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Bershauer.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Ken. I wasn't aware of that connection. Certainly wasn't discussed in the last Fair Board meeting that I attended. At least not to my knowledge. I would have perked up if I heard that. So, and I think that because April's resignation came so quickly, that maybe we do need to give that particular one a little bit more time. Stan has indicated submitted his resignation much. It took. It's been there for a while, so I think Greg was part of their consideration for a bit longer. But I can go back and talk to Gary, or if you want to talk to him about those concerns, that's fine. We've got plenty of people in the county who are interested in supporting the fair, so I think we could possibly find someone else to serve if that's going to be a concern.
Do we want to go ahead and consider the appointment of Greg at this point, and then come back at some point and revisit the second? I appreciate Dwight stepping up, but it really does seem like it might not be a comfortable connection. So Commissioner Bershauer, are you interested in making a motion to appoint Mr. Wildhauber?
So I think I had a motion on the floor already for I4. So I will amend my motion to appoint Greg Wildhauber to the Fair Board and keep open that last seat for now, and postpone the discussion about Dwight until we have a little bit more information.
Okay, we have a motion. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Sorry, Chair, just one thing, as I appreciate Ken Huffer bringing up this question. It's one that's been raised in Road Improvement Advisory Committee as well, because people who are passionate about asphalt often work in the asphalt industry. And so this is something that I'm asking them to be more aware of.
Good point. Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion to approve Mr. Wildhauber. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Item 5, consideration of the appointment of Kit Johnston and the reappointment of Alan Halstead on the Newburgh Urban Area Management Commission for a 3-year term to expire June 17th, 2024. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move that we approve.
Thank you, Commissioner. Motion to approve. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. Item 6, the consideration of new appointment to advisory boards policy. Ken.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioner, so, we've had a lot of discussions around the handling of vacancies, and I think at time it's, there's been several times that there's been confusion or process, or a lot of times the board finds out about a vacancy when they're receiving the recommendation on who to fill that vacancy. And a lot of times staff, we're in the same situation, that we're not necessarily notified that somebody resigned, or that there was a vacancy until we also receive the recommendation to appoint. And based on all the discussions that we've had quite a few discussions this year and in previous years about the appointment process and what that looks like. So what I did is I put together a draft appointment to advisory boards policy for the board to take a look at and consider. And again, this doesn't go in and change bylaws on the individual committees on the process they go through to determine their recommendations and forward the recommendations. What the policy does is it does set a framework and defines roles on how the board receives notice of vacancies. It does establish a process for posting those vacancies, and then also what the board would like to see as far as how recommendations from the committees are brought forward to the board, and then ultimately the process you go through for making the selection and appointment process. And so what I was really hoping this would assist with is helping to provide the various department coordinators for the various committees, or also the chairs. And a lot of times they might not, the chair of that committee may be more active in filling spots. But this is to help provide the committee some guidance on how you would like to see, as the board would like to see vacancies handled and the notification process. And then hopefully this will streamline things, because I know we have a lot of committees and we see a lot of recommendations for appointments that come forward. And so hopefully this will help provide some clarity.
Thank you for your work on that. And I know Carrie Hinton worked on that as well, because she's pretty much the repository of all our concerns when we don't know there was a vacancy, or we're, kind of wondering where it came from. So thank you for that. It was one of the things I'd heard over the years is that if people applied for a position, they were never told that they weren't picked. And I think it's just a courtesy, if someone's going to take the time to apply, that we let those folks know that they didn't get the position. So I know that that's been addressed as well. So thank you for that. Commissioners, do we need an action on this? Do we need to adopt this policy, Ken?
If the board's ready to take action on it, I do believe, because it is a policy, the board would, if this is something that you're ready to take action on, that it would require a board order to adopt it as a policy. And,
Okay.
only if you're ready to take action.
Thank you. Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Ken and Carrie, for this. I thought it was excellent. I had 2 questions that I wrote down. The first was under vacancy, and how commissioners specifically would be notified when there is a new posting. I don't know if that's just an internal practice or if it needs to be spelled out, but is there some way that we can agree on. Maybe we just get an email that says board vacancy or, committee vacancy. Because that seems to be a sticking point, is that we don't always go to the website and look. So.
And we could do that. I mean, we try to update as quickly as possible. But again, I think right now absent, because we don't have this specific policy. So that's why it's kind of, we try our best to notify. And I think a lot of times, depending on the committee, I think liaison commissioners are usually made aware of resignations or vacancies that may occur on that specific committee, because a lot of times you may be copied on a resignation letter, or or the department will provide that update. We can figure out a means of, because there is some expectations in here about when when our staff is notified about a vacancy. So that is something that we could work on, a procedure on the notification that, hey, FYI, we got a notification from the budget committee that we have a vacancy, and and we can work on that.
Yeah, for sure.
But it does say in there that the office is notified.
Yeah.
So it's like the office is notified, but maybe we're not notified. I think that's the disconnect there. I wondered if that included, if we were included in the office.
Well, what I had envisioned on this is, it says Board of Commissioners, executive staff. So that's Carrie, because typically Carrie is the one who manages the binders and the committees. And, so we can add that as an additional step, as a procedure that doesn't necessarily have to be included, that if Carrie receives a notification, we can forward that to the board. Hey, FYI, there's a vacancy on RIAC.
Great, we'll give Carrie something else to do. Commissioner Kula, did you have a comment?
Just that I think that this fills in a lot of those gaps that we've seen. A lot of, as Chair Starrett mentioned, a lot of the like, oops, I didn't know about this, or hey, why were we not informed, from various, whether that be applicants or prospective applicants, staff as well. Carrie Hinton kindly reminded me about MWAC opening today, for example, at Parkway. So this is it's an important, I'm glad to see us filling those gaps. And so thank you very much for that work.
Thank you. Commissioner Bershauer?
Thank you, Chair. Whoops. Here we go. So that was my first question that I'd written down. The second one was under the appointment, reappointment by board order. It talks about that the applications, all of them will be kind of attached and considered as the board order, attached to the board order, which I think is good. It wasn't super clear. Is that something that you would intend for the BOC to see as we're making the decision? That would be something that we review as well. So we would get copies of all the applications and then, obviously see the recommendation, but maybe it was clear, but I that's the question.
So I'm looking at the draft language, and I see that each application and a full roster of members of the advisory board to which a member is being appointed or reappointed will accompany the board order. I think typically, I think it would be the application of the recommended appointee plus the full roster is what would be attached to the board order, not necessarily all the applications of everyone who may have applied for the position. But knowing that we would have all those other applications. So if there were questions from the commissioners, well, I'd like to also see who else had applied for consideration. That's available, but in the interest of keeping the record, concise, I would probably just include the applicant that is being considered for appointment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I was just thinking we don't technically have to accept the recommendation. So if we get to that point where we're not going to do that, if whatever scenario, the natural next step would be to see who the other people are. So I don't know how that would be included But that was just, you know, one of my thoughts that I had when reading it. So.
Yeah, and I guess I kind of envisioned that if there were questions, you had an applicant, you have I'm just thinking you have a recommendation that comes from the committee. You had that the person that's being recommended to be appointed, you would have that application with the roster. And then if there were questions, you know, because that would be the other part that is new in here that we do not necessarily have seen in the past or had consistency with. But there is going to be there in this policy an expectation that the advisory board staff that we defined in this are the ones that are bringing forward the appointment recommendation. Now, whether that's the chair from the committee or that's a department contact or even maybe the liaison commissioner, you know, for that committee would be the one making the presentation. I think some of the times that gets really challenging for us is Carrie and I will get questions about the appointment process. While Carrie and I, neither one of us were involved with the actual committee meeting to where the recommendation and the review process that came forward. So what I would like to see moving forward is just like from departments, any type of request for board action on any other item on this agenda usually comes with an explanation or a memo that accompanies that. And then if there's questions, then you can pose those questions directly to the board advisory staff or the chair to, well, tell us about the process you went through. How did you come to this conclusion? Who else had applied? And then you also have the ability to look at the other applications if it's decided not to move forward or you wanted to look at some of the other ones to make an informed decision.
Okay. Yeah, and I agree with Commissioner Sterrett's suggestion that we send maybe a quick thank you note letter to the folks that don't get chosen, just thanking them for volunteering to serve.
Thank you. So do we need a motion to approve do we consider it a revised policy, or I don't know that it was actually an original policy, it's just to approve the advisory board's policy?
This is a brand new policy.
Okay.
So we don't, this is not amending any existing
Okay.
policy. So this is brand new.
So I would make a motion that we would approve and adopt the advisory board's policy. Oh, further discussion? All those in favor signify. Oh, did you have further discussion?
Are we adopting one that was amended with the comments we just made, or are we adopting?
Well,
I interpreted that as amendment.
Oh, go ahead, Commissioner Kula.
I was interpreting that as amended, but if we need a motion that includes the as amended.
Commissioner Bershauer, do you want to revise your? Oh, well, I just made the motion. So I would make a motion that we adopt the advisory board's policy as amended. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. And again, thanks Ken and Carrie. So where are we? We're on to item 7, the consideration of approval of an agreement between Yamhill County Health and Human Services and the Dayton School District to provide behavioral health counseling for the 2021-22 school year not to exceed $110,056.95 effective September 21 through May 22. And that is the next school year. And this is just our standard school-based health clinic contracts, and we're just approving the new one. So I would move that we approve. Is there further discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion passes. On to item 8, consideration of approval of the agreement between Yamhill County Health and Human Services, the Willamina School District to provide behavioral health counseling for the 2021-22 school year not to exceed $61,142.76 effective September 21 through May of 22. Again, this is the same basic contract. We have different FTEs at each school, but this is just for this particular contract. So I would move approval. Is there further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item 9, which is consideration of approval of agreement 169533 between Yamhill County and the Oregon Health Authority for the financing of public health services in the amount of $831,865, which is effective July 1, 2021 through June 30th, 2023. And I'm sure you've had an opportunity to look at the contract. It's extremely exhaustive, and it deals with communicable diseases and a variety of different funding for that. So I would move approval. Further discussion?
The only thing is that it was exhausting to me to read too. So
And imagine putting that together. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Motion passes. On to item 10, and this is the discussion of transition from telecommuting to in-office operations, and Commissioner Berschauer brought the topic forward. So Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Chair. So we've been talking about this issue for a while, and I noticed, I think it was last week, that Marion County commissioners sent out a communication to their staff that essentially said that based on the governor's indication that she would be ending emergency orders as soon as we reach a certain vaccination level. And then also as a result of that, that any sort of COVID precautions or restrictions would be lifted, that they were being proactive, and they wanted to make sure that county employees in Marion County were aware that the goal is to bring everybody back to work by July 19th. So they gave them a little bit more than a month's notice. Right now we're sitting at about a month if you pick July 19th. And as part of that communication, they did express that not all of their employees are teleworking. Some of them have been there and working since COVID started. I don't believe Marion County shut down technically, but they also committed to making sure that if employees were having barriers to receiving vaccines, that they would be willing to host a vaccine clinic for county employees specifically. They've committed to additional cleaning protocols. They've committed to working on the HVAC systems and air filters and all of these things that would create the environment to have a healthier working environment, to curb some of the concerns about that. So my proposal, and this isn't anything new, we've discussed this because I feel like, we're all kind of getting back to what is our new normal here. So my proposal is that we do the same. We set a date, perhaps it's the same date. I didn't look at what July 19th was. It's a Monday. So set a date where, the message is for county employees that we're returning to work. That gives about a month to prepare. We are now out of school. Today's the last day of school, doing my happy dance. So, we're facing the summer, and all indication is that school will be back in person, full-time in person in the fall. Commissioners, we also received an email yesterday. I forwarded it to Ken and Christian that the governor is instructing OSHA to mirror their policies with hers, so that if COVID restrictions and regulations are dropped, that they would to adopt that type of policy. So that's very promising and good, because that clears up some workplace questions about what's going to happen if the emergency orders are lifted. So that's my proposal. We also received last night communication from AFSCME about how they feel about returning to work. There's obviously concerns about childcare. Nobody knows that better than a single parent who's had to deal with that, working single parent. And that's certainly something that I agree with. Childcare is an issue. It's something that we as commissioners are discussing in terms of ARPA funding, focusing dollars there. So, looking at solutions to that, whether it be sponsoring slots in daycare facilities, or whatever it might be, I'm certainly open to that discussion. The presumption, and this is and part of what Marion County did was they laid out kind of a frequently asked question sheet. So county employees who had questions about what this means, they answered some of those questions for them. I don't know if we want to do that or not. That would be up to Ken, but part of it was about childcare, and their statement, the commissioner's statement, was simply that we feel that when the emergency orders will be lifted, that the restrictions on daycare facilities will also be lifted. So naturally, they would open those slots back up. So at this point, in terms of the proposal specifically, I have no problem with that, offering up July 19th as the return to work date. I did tell Ken and Christian that if for some reason the governor does not lift her emergency orders, that would need to be amended. So that's something we kind of need to asterisk with that, but curious to get your thoughts.
Commissioner Kula. Thoughts?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Finding the mute button, right? Well, I would first thank you for bringing this forward. I would be happy to hear from Ken Huffer about how far along in drafting a permanent policy that addresses remote work, how far through the process that is, because obviously that would need to be in place before setting a date like this, or at least I should say we have all expressed support for a policy such as that. I do want to clarify too that people in the county are working, and this is not a back to work, but rather, I mean, in my perspective, your proposal is for people who are working remotely to work on physical sites. So I just want to clarify that people in the county have been working. But at this point, I would like to see, I'm supportive of the county using American Rescue Plan dollars to help fund slots in childcare or developing a childcare setup in one of our facilities or in a city-owned facility. I know there's been conversations about that, including things like Kids on the Block. However, I think we also need to have that permanent or a policy that's drafted and in place about remote work.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, well, I think we have three different issues here. The first issue is the return to work, which is sort of foundational, I'm guessing, Commissioner, to your first hour, to your bringing this before us, sort of patterned after what Marion County did. The second one is a telework policy, which I think might be, it might be a totally separate conversation, but also then the childcare on county and city properties. Those are aspirational, and I know that they're not going to happen tomorrow. So that might not necessarily address some of the concerns people have about coming back on the 19th. But to Commissioner Kula's question about the telework policy, I don't know that one of them is predicated on the other. So as far as I mean, a telework policy has always been something that's been in discussion, but I don't think we necessarily need one in order to get people back to work. Is that, Ken, is that pretty much the way you're looking at it? I don't know where you're at with that.
I mean, Chair, if I may, I would prefer seeing a permanent policy drafted by Ken and presented to us for adoption before any set day of come back to work. If the temporary COVID related telecommuting policy, I'd like to see there not be a gap between that and a permanent standard policy for employment. That's just what I expect.
Okay, because I'm thinking we didn't have one before and we don't have one right now. So the day before things, anyway, I'll let Ken address this. I don't know that we necessarily need to have that, but I get what you're saying, Commissioner. Ken?
Oh boy. So there's a lot to this. I think the first thing that I would probably need to do is if you look at, so and I've shared this before, that prior to the pandemic, utilization by the of telework for the county was very rare. I mean, it was a unique circumstance, and as you know, and that's why we did not have a policy. We didn't have a telework policy here for the county. And then came along COVID and a lot of the restrictions and guidelines, and recognizing in order to ensure that the county is both ensuring the safety of our employees, but also in staying in compliance with the guidelines and OSHA rules that have come out over the last year and a half. And deficiencies, it's really difficult. We, as you know, with the space needs analysis, we make the best with our facilities, and we have a lot of folks that are working in areas that is not necessarily conducive to being able to spread everyone out, maintain social distancing, and a lot of the other rules that we've had to deal with for the last year. So the telework policy, the temporary COVID telework policy that went into place, is a very thorough policy, but it was really put together on the lens of of response to COVID. And that's where the requests and how we've been operating, and not every position has been able to telework. We have a number of positions. You can't grade a road via telework, and you can't patrol, via telework. So there's a number of positions that are not eligible for telework. So kind of going backward, and talking about, so last summer, if we were to rewind and look at last year, we had a large number. In fact, more than half of our employees were teleworking either full-time or on an intermittent basis. We didn't shut down services, we modified services, and we adapted to doing that in a telework capacity. And then as an example, HHS rolled out a lot of telehealth software in order to continue to service delivery and not necessarily have to be on site and meeting in person with clients. So in moving forward, at this point, the latest information that I have, out of the 600 plus employees that we have, we still have on average about 140 employees that are either teleworking full-time or on an intermittent basis. And all the departments and offices, we've had extensive conversations over the last several months, because we've had this discussion for the temp policy about the board wanting to see more on-site services and seeing buildings opened up. And so all the departments have been gradually working on that, while at the same time, department heads have also been looking at and evaluating, because there's just been, there's some services that needs to be provided on site. And so there's operational decisions that have been made. And so departments have been steadily and gradually, bringing a lot of folks back. The number of folks that are teleworking right now is significantly lower than where we were at a year ago. So we're still continuing to work on that transition, while I think everyone is anxiously and watching for if we're going to hit the mark and we're going to see the repealing of the OSHA rules, or if the emergency order goes away, and what that's going to look like. We still have some obstacles, because we do have some specific programs, because some of the requirements, not all of the OSHA rules are going to be rolled back, because there's some industries where some guidelines and protective measures are going to remain in place. I'm thinking in particular, transit's been called out, medical facilities. You know, there's a couple areas that we're still going to have to navigate in the coming months if we do see an end of the emergency declaration and no longer having the OSHA rules. So I'm saying that because we're steadily trying to, you know, increase our operations. We've had some challenges in the past year when we went through the various phases of, we were in low risk at one point and then we went back to high risk, you know, and there's been that shifting and where we had to make adjustments to how we were operating. So, you know, my conversations with department heads have been really being deliberate in our approach and how we transition back in and have those conversations. And I do recognize, and I've also had direct communications with ASME representatives and the concerns that they're bringing forward about childcare, and I recognize that, and you know that is a huge challenge that's not just impacting Yamhill County as an employer, but employers all over the county. So, you know, I do recognize that there are some challenges, and but I also think it's important that, because I have to clarify, because it's written in the temp policy, and we are working on a draft on a long-term policy, but a telework policy is not really meant to be a substitute for leaves. It's, you know, because, you know, if you need to take time off to address something, or if there's something, you know, teleworking, all that is means you're working, you're performing your duties or your position in an alternate location. You're not coming here to a county building into your office. You're performing that work in a remote situation. So, but I, at the same time, recognize that, you know, there's a lot of challenges out there, and especially around childcare. I've heard that more than anything else. But then there's also the ongoing concerns about, you know, exposure and risks associated with the pandemic as well. That, and I believe ASME highlighted that in their comment that they had submitted as well. So that's the long answer. You know, I do think we are making progress and continuing to do that, and working with employees, and I'm, you know, trying my best to ensure that the operational decisions are being made by the department head. You know, we're providing the guidance, and they're able to have those communications with individual employees or their entire team, and that they're making those, you know, those operational decisions, you know, based on what they're observing, you know, impacts, workload, staffing levels, all of the things that they have to take in on, and it can vary from every single office. And so it's been an ongoing discussion with all the department heads, and they are working on it. And I think some of the numbers are, you know, again, we're seeing most of our telework. You know, I wish I had a little more detail on the actual numbers on how many of those are working intermittently and how many are full-time, but I do think a large number are more on an interim basis, where there is some in-office time and then there's telework time, a mix of both. As far as the status of the permanent, more general teleworking policy and what that's going to look like, I've completed a draft. I'm currently, I'm looking at Christian's camera. You know, county council's currently reviewing. So is the HR team. We're reviewing that draft, and I'm really hoping to have it in the packet for the board to see tomorrow. And so then this would be something that the board would be able to take a look at it next Thursday. And there's going to be some requirements around, before it can go into effect. There's some contract obligations as far as posting requirements and making sure that the employees, managers, and making sure that the unions have the opportunity to review the policy and ensure that we're having those discussions about how the policy is going to look like. But I will say that the permanent policy is going to look a little bit different. It's going to look similar to the temporary COVID, except for this one's a little bit different because the temp policy was really implemented in response as a mitigation measure in response to the pandemic and a lot of the rules that we were trying to address. Whereas this telework policy is available to be utilized in that manner, but it also doesn't require that we're under an emergency declaration, because there may be positions and we are seeing as an industry, I think countrywide, I think we're probably going to see more and more folks wanting to telework and more of the requests coming forward to telework. And now that we've spent the last year really trying to work on and work on the technological limitations that we may have had in the past with being able to accommodate telework, and we've rolled out a lot of things. I do think that it's going to be worthy of some discussions of, which positions we're going to be able to address and allow for telework, where we might realize some cost savings about brick and mortar, versus having folks, telework. So there's a ton of conversations related with that. So it's going to look a little bit different. They're related, but at the same time, not related. If that kind of makes sense as far as a timing goes. But I will say that we do have a July 1, the current temp policy is in place until July 1. And I think that's all. That was a really long answer, and hopefully I answered questions, and I kind of expect there'll be more questions.
Thank you, Ken. I appreciate that. I know you've been working on this. So I see it sort of as the purpose of the telecommuting policy was to get us through some requirements we had regarding OSHA and that type of thing. So I see that, and that was only supposed to go through July 1, and we've moved that a few times. So I think the 19th adds a little more cushion to that in terms of notice. And I also think that a telecommuting policy will look different because it's for a different reason. So I would be in favor of really just looking at that process more, again, more input with the department heads, and again, having to have this discussion with the unions. But I think that's a bigger project than what we're looking at here. I would be in favor of saying, okay, July 19th is enough notice to say we need to get back, because this is what the temporary policy was just meant to do, that temporary, not to give us a definition of teleworking countywide. So that's what I would be in favor of at this point. Commissioners? Commissioner Kula.
I'm going to defer to Commissioner Berschauer for a moment.
Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you. So I'm reading through, and I think Ken and Christian got a copy of this from Marion County, but I'm reading through, and they're pretty blunt about their intention. It says, what if I'm not comfortable returning to the office? And the answer is, well, remote work was never intended to be a permanent option. So it seems that we are aligned in the sense that the temporary telecommuting policy was to respond to COVID and handle all of those impacts. We have talked about permanent teleworking as a policy, but I remember my comments on that, and my comments were that it should be used on a very limited basis. So right now we have, roughly 25% of our workforce that is working remotely. That is not normal. It's not how it was in January of 2020. So the expectation for me is that we get back to how we were in during that period of time, because ultimately we are here to serve the public. Those are our clients. And I would extend that to commissioners as well. I think we need to be back in room 32, back in person, hearing people, having the doors open, having this office be open again. If the state's opening up, so must we. And that's just how I feel. I feel like setting a goal is a good practice, because it gets us motivated to meet the goal and to get all of these things solved. Should put some fuel under the discussion of how we can help with childcare and mitigate some of those issues. Also using ARPA funds for creating better working spaces and environments within the county buildings as well. I think those need to be set as a priority. So, you know, that I threw out July 19th because it's consistent with what Marion County is doing. You know, we can talk about another date if you want, but it's roughly a month away. And like I said, the only caveat to that would be if the emergency orders are not lifted by that time, then we just would be in a position where that's not feasible. I don't know if that requires a motion, but Christian?
And
Well, I think, you know, because this, if there's kind of a, if the intent is to give me basically a policy directive to, you know, for that specific date, I think it would be worthwhile to have that as a board option, and then we can start doing the work as far as the notification and FAQs and everything that happens there. The one part that I would like to ask, that if the board is interested in doing that and you know, putting a date on the calendar as a policy directive, my recommendation, or what I'd like to ask at this time, is to possibly add to the motion that could extend the current temp policy to that date as well. So then that way I don't necessarily have to come back and make a request if for some reason the other policy, because I do think it's important. I think there is somewhat of a distinction, you know, again, between the temp policy and the other teleworking policy that I'm working on that draft. And so I would just like to make that suggestion.
thank you, Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Commissioner Bershauer. My position fairly consistently has been that we need to empower our county administrator to work with department heads to do the operational flexibility that they need. The temporary COVID-related telework policy provided that. I don't think that we need to, I don't think we gain anything by providing a gap between a permanent telework policy and the temporary policy. My recommendation is that we plan to have a permanent telework policy in effect before the temporary COVID one is expires. And if that means that that's July 19th is when the new policy goes into effect, and then that would be permissible to me. I don't think it's appropriate, given what we've heard, what we've seen of the success of people working remotely. And again, this is ultimately up to department heads, right? They will, under a policy, they get to decide. It's not up to the employees. I think it makes sense and it's reasonable to have a policy with no gaps.
Thank you, Commissioner. You know, we were supposed to end this July 1, and now this would basically, the request or the suggestion is that we extend it to July 19th, because we would have to come back and have another board action to extend it beyond July 1, correct, Ken? We're coming up on that date. We would have had to extend it by another board action.
I was just thinking, yes, in an abundance of, you know, gosh, and just, you know, again, if we could have this temp policy, and also if, you know, like I was saying, my intent is to come back with a more permanent policy next week, but also recognizing that there could be discussions with the union, or they may have questions that may come up before that implementation date, which could go beyond that July 1. So, and there's nothing to say that you can't have both the temp policy in place and have the permanent policy in place where there's that overlap, because again, like I was, you know, and maybe I didn't state it very well, you know, but the temp policy was in response. So some of the requirements and the eligibility and maybe some of the criteria that we might be looking at under a temporary emergency type situation at the time when we were trying to get as many people teleworking as possible and would figure out how we're going to do this versus consideration under a more permanent telework policy, that there may be some other eligibility criteria that is outside of that emergency. So it's probably going to have a little bit tighter criteria than what folks are may have seen in the temporary policy.
Thank you, Ken. I'm gonna entertain a motion to extend the COVID temporary policy until the 19th, and then to ask employees to be ready to come back to work then. And this is in addition to a discussion which we'll be having in the future when Ken brings us some more information, which will then require conversations with the union, more conversation with department heads, but I see them as two separate issues. So I would entertain a motion to extend the policy to the 19th and then require people to come back to work. Any further discussion?
Chair, I just have one request, is that you separate that into two motions, because I am not in favor of setting a hard deadline until we have that permanent telework policy in hand and we know a set date. But I am in favor of moving to extend the telework policy tonight. So that's just a request that I'm making.
So I'm going to rescind my motion and ask Commissioner Bershauer, since this was your item, if you would make a motion. And as Commissioner Kula said, they are two different items.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I will make a motion that we as a board set, I'll call it the transition from telecommuting to in-office operations date as July 19th. And that is, it applies to all county employees. And that directive come through in the fact sheet come through Ken Huffer.
Okay, so we have a motion to extend the COVID temporary telecommuting policy to July 19th. Any further discussion? Nope.
Nope, we're voting on the date first.
Well, that's why I said July 19th. No?
The first motion was on the policy on setting a return to work date is July 19th. So information's to go out to employees to prepare for that.
Right.
Not the telework, not the temp telework policy. That would be the next item.
Okay, so I guess I didn't phrase it right, because I'm going by the agenda item here, because it says discussion of transition from telecommuting to in-person operations. So the clarification would be that the transition of the temporary policy would be extended, or the temporary policy would be extended until the 19th. No?
Oh. So my motion is to simply set the date for full transition from remote working or telecommuting to in-office for the whole county be July 19th. That's it.
But Mr. Huffer had recommended that we make this part of an extension of the July 1st so that he doesn't have to, no?
But I think Commissioner Kula had asked for it to be split up into two different, that the first action would be the motion that Commissioner Bershauer has just made that the board would now vote on. And then there would be a second motion to consider extending the temp policy to that same date.
Okay. Kristen, did that address what you were saying?
That's how I understood. That's how I understood it to work.
Okay. So Commissioner Bershauer, sorry to have muddied the waters. Do you want to make your motion again?
So I'll restate my motion. It is to set the date for full transition from telecommuting to in-office operations for county-wide policy as July 19th.
All right, we have a motion. Any further discussion?
I just wanted to
Commissioner
add.
Kula.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to, am I correct, Ken and Christian, that this will require a passage of this motion will require the 14-day notice period to the bargaining units. Would that be accurate? Would this be considered a change in working conditions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So you will do that? Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And I
But
think
they-
as Ken said, we should be ready to bring the permanent telecommuting policy back next week.
No, let's not confuse things. No. No. So what we'll do is, based on this directive, is if I understand it correctly, then I'm going to work on the communication similar to what Marion County did, which is the communication went out to all county staff conveying this decision and this policy directive. And then as part of that, as soon as I put that memo out, then that's, they have 10 days, because it doesn't go into effect till the 19th, the return to work. So I think there's going to be some discussion. So yes, as soon as, based on this action, we'll notify the union and the employees of this intent, and then we'll see if this requires further discussions.
So Ken, just a clarification, because the union did have noticed that this was technically supposed to end 18 days before we're doing it effectively. So it wasn't that change of work conditions or timing or schedules, because we had this in place until July 1, and then it was ostensibly supposed to be terminated.
Well, that's different with the temp policy, which was also enacted under an emergency declaration, which we've been able to do those extensions. I think we'll be fine as far as having the discussions, and I anticipate that employees are going to have questions. They're going to reach out to their union reps, and the union reps are going to reach out to me and to our HR team, and we will continue to have those discussions, and we're open to having those discussions.
Okay, great. Well, then we'll call the question, and we have a motion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Thank you. Let the record show Commissioner Starrett, and sorry for the train whistle, Commissioner Starrett and Bershauer voting in the affirmative, Commissioner Kula voting in the negative. Thank you for that, Ken and Christian. So we'll move on to item 11, which is go ahead.
I'm sorry, Chair, but the next one was to address the temporary policy, the temporary COVID-19 telecommuting policy, extending that to July 19th.
Commissioner Bershauer, do you want to make that motion?
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I move that we extend the temporary COVID telecommunication policy to, Christian, does it technically have to be July 18th so that there's a transition?
No, I think if you want to extend it to the 19th, that's fine.
Okay, to July 19th.
Do we have a motion, further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. And are we just going by consensus that we'll have further discussion on a more formal telework policy, but that doesn't require board?
It will require board action once we're ready. And again, I'm
nothing today though.
Nothing today, no.
No.
Okay, just
I'm
consensus
happy
that
to
we're going to.
sponsor it if you need somebody to put it on the agenda.
Oh, just that we're going to have this discussion, but we don't need any board action today. Okay, thank you for that. Whew, we have a way of doing some circuitous discussions, don't we? Let's move on to item 11, consideration of approval of a letter of support for the Oregon Office for Community Dispute Resolution on behalf of your community mediators. And this was just a letter of support from the county. This was not an ask. They get their funding from the Office for Community Dispute Resolution. And this was just a letter stating our support for the fact that they are in our county and we do support them. And that's what this was. No ask, no financial ask. So do we have a motion to approve the letter to the Oregon Office of Community Dispute Resolution?
So moved, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. Motion to approve. All those further discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Motion passes. On to item 12, which is consideration of approval of the proposed budget changes to the approved 2021-22 budget as presented by the budget officer, Ken.
Unmute. So make sure I'm unmuted here. So there's some handouts in the packet that provided a list of changes. Again, as part of the budget process, with the meetings, we do also other grants, expenditure. We need to make some adjustments to the budget prior to final adoption. And I know the next agenda item will be the public hearing on the, to receive public comment on the budget. And so this could actually occur afterwards or before, but it's on it's mechanics of our agenda sometimes. So we have a list of changes that I have in the packet that I'm bringing before you that are making adjustments to the expenditure authority. A lot of it is in anticipation of underspending in some program areas. Others are grant opportunities or funding opportunities that have come up since the budget committee approved the budget. In fact, a large number of the HHS ones in the sheriff's office are related to various funding sources and updates to that. So the other thing that I would highlight is none of the changes they're all within below the 10% of the approved budget. It doesn't increase expenditures in any of the funds by 10%. It's all less than that. That's something under Oregon budget law that we have to keep an eye on, because otherwise we would have to redo our notices and for the budget hearing. So this is something we do each year. These are more or less, I don't like calling them housekeeping changes, but I cannot make any amendments or changes to the approved budget without the board taking the formal action, and that's what's before you.
Okay, great. So I would entertain a motion to approve the changes to the approved 2021-22 budget.
I move that we approve the changes to the 2021-2022 budget.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Ken Huffer, for your work on this. So we have a motion to approve. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. And at this point, I'm going to open up a public hearing for the receipt of comment on the budget. And I'd like to know if there's anybody who would like to make comment on the budget. And if you would just raise your hand, Carrie Hinton will let you in to the queue.
And I would just add, because as part of the, because I know we're in the public hearing portion of it, as part of the notices, we also invited anybody who wished to make comments on it could submit emails to BOC info or to me directly. And I haven't received any comments on the budget that's to be added to the record for this. And I'm not seeing anyone in the attendees that are raising their hand at this point.
Okay, so then, all right, we don't have anybody making any comment. At this point, I'm going to make a suggestion that we close the public hearing, take a 15-minute break before we come back for our next public hearing item. So that public hearing is
Great idea.
closed, and we'll go ahead and adjourn. It's 12:34. Ken.
Sorry, if I could just say, now that the hearing on the budget is closed, the budget team and I will be working very diligently over the next several days to get the appropriation schedule and the resolution and everything ready for your consideration at next week's formal session, which of course is another opportunity for anybody, because everything's subject to public comment. So anyone wishing to provide further comment on the budget can also do so next Thursday at that meeting. But we're going to be working on finalizing all the numbers, and we'll be ready to have before you for adoption for next year's budget at next Thursday's formal. Just wanted to get that out there really quick before we recess.
Thank you. And I bet you look forward to that happening when the budget is finally adopted. So thank you for that. So yes, we'll take a 15-minute break and then come back at the point of item J2. Thanks, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. And at this point, we're resuming and we are in item J of our agenda for June 17th, 2021, at the point of a public hearing on item J2, which is the docket number C-23-20/RN-03-20, which is the consideration of a conditional use request for the construction of a new public road in the exclusive farm use zone with a 50-foot right-of-way. The proposed road name is Northwest Janke Drive. The applicant, Paul and Martha Janke. Trustees for the Janke Trust, Charles and Dottie Dolans, and Cyclops Properties LLC. The appellant is Catherine Jernstedt, representing Friends of Yamhill County. The tax lot is 4501-01290 and 45-1-1293. The location is 13799 Northwest Willis Road, McMinnville. This is continued from April 15th and will begin at the point of the applicant's case. And I am, welcome Lance, welcome Mr. Friday. I am assuming that Mr. Stamp is here. There he is, okay. And also I believe that Catherine Jernstedt, the appellant, is joining us at some point. So Mr. Stamp, do you want to begin with your applicant's case? Hi, Mr. Stamp.
Yes, ma'am. Can you see me okay?
We sure can. Now you disappeared.
Am I there
Can
now?
see you, Chair.
Here you are. Now we can see you. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Board of Commissioners, for allowing the 60-day continuance. I was a little bit ate up last time because for some reason I thought we were having a evening meeting, and so I screwed that up. But anyway, the 60 days I ended up being really good because Chair Starrett, you asked me a question about AEZs, and I kind of looked at you funny, and because I had no idea what they were, and so I see Commissioner Kula is laughing about that. But anyway, so I had 60 days to get myself prepared on what AEZs are, and so I used that time wisely, and I want to talk to you about them today. I submitted a letter yesterday. Hopefully you got it, had a chance to look at it. But I can, if not, I can talk about it. I'm here today with my traffic engineer, Chris Clemo, who I see is in the queue, and Tom Thompson, who is here with me in the room. We're actually at the planning department. And so we'll be able to have him testify as well. So one of the things you probably hear when lawyers present these cases to you is to always focus on the criteria, because that's what us lawyers really want the focus to be on, is what the approval criteria are. Because a lot of times what we get is a lot of concerns that are raised that don't relate to approval criteria. And we want to be really careful to segregate the concerns that do relate to approval criteria, which the ones that don't. And in this case, you're probably very familiar with your own conditional use criteria, so I won't bore you by explaining them to you because I'm sure you've seen them quite a few times. But in this case, one of the things that's a little bit difficult to conceptualize is that the use here is a road as opposed to a subdivision, as opposed to a commercial restaurant or a drive-in movie theater or something like that. It's just a road. So we're not really proposing any use that you would normally think of like a subdivision, where the use is a road. And so when the criteria are asking whether the use is compatible with the neighbors, it's a little bit difficult to conceptualize what impact a road can have on neighbors. So in that sense, the scope of this hearing is very narrow. Now, there's the opponents have, I think, two primary issues that they've raised in their appeal. One is they keep mentioning the fact that they say that this road is not needed. And if you look at the approval criteria, there's really no criteria that says that you have to evaluate whether there is a need for a road or not. So, but But their bit broader point is that they say that the tax lot in question that really needs the road to go to it, which is tax lot 1292, it's a measure 37 lot. They said that road already has legal access, and it does. But what it doesn't have is a practical access that you can actually drive to get to it and build a house on it. And that's what I talk about when I say development rights. It doesn't have development right access. It has legal access, which is a paper access. On paper, there's a little line on the plat that says, you know, this is your access. Now, but if you actually try to build that on that 30-foot wide access, what you'll find out is that it's not drawn in any sort of way that makes any sense. You couldn't build it because it doesn't meet the county's private road standards. And the county has rules that say that you can only have 3 houses on a private driveway. The other problem we've got is that the existing driveway, the paved driveway that's down there, actually extends on to the neighbor's property. And I put a map into the record that is in the letter, and I'm going to hold it up. And what you can see right here is the property line, and you can see that road, and it's actually, the road is actually north of our property line. Now, so what happened was the neighbors kept saying, there's no evidence in the record that owners have been denied any request for building on tax lot 1292. And you see that also in the Friends' most recent letter. So what I did is I asked my client's representative, who's been working on this case, Edwin Scher, I asked him, I said, Edwin, why don't you go file for a driveway access permit for that measure 37 lot 1292 and see what the county says. And the county approved it subject to the fire marshal. And so last Friday, a sign off by the fire marshal. So last Friday, the deputy fire marshal, he came out there on site. His name's Steve Candela. I don't know if you guys know Steve. I've never met him personally, but talked to him once. You know, seemed like a nice guy. He went out there, and after he went and looked at the site, he sent a follow-up email to us and said, hey, do you guys have legal permission to go across that paved portion of the road? And what I said was, you know, for this measure 37 lot, we don't have an easement to use the portion of the road that's on the neighbor's property. And he says, well, in that case, I can't give you the conditional driveway approval. And so he denied it. And so that really answers the question from Friends of Yamhill County that says there's no evidence in the record that owners have been denied any request for building on tax lot 1292. Well, and now in fact, we do have evidence in the record. I don't think we really needed it, but I mean, I think that puts an exclamation point on the issue that I've been trying to make all along, which is to say, you know, we can't use the existing driveway to access the 1292 lot. So anyway, in the Friends of Yamhill County letter that they submitted yesterday, they mistakenly say that the reconfigured entry point at the top of the hill where the drive or where the public road will access Willis Road, they said that entry point requires concurrence of the neighbors. And that's not true. That land is owned by the Jonke family. Everyone else that uses it, a private road, has an easement, but the easement doesn't give them veto power over improvements to the Jonke land. So that contention has no legal merit. Also, the letter says that they do not understand the difference between legal access and development rights. And I just talked about that. You know, legal access is, you have a piece of paper that says that in theory you can put a driveway here, and we do have that, but what we don't have is the ability to put that driveway there, because the Yamhill County Code says that you can only have 3 driveways on 3 houses on 1 private driveway, and it's too steep to meet the fire marshal standards. Plus, it's not on the existing one's not on our land. Okay, so trying to hurry through that. So the second issue the opponents raised at the April 15th hearing was that they were upset that they would be required to use a paved road. That was the testimony we said. There was this discussion about how that gravel roads are better than paved roads. They get better traction, that kind of thing. The response to that is that the people that want to use their paved driveway or their gravel driveway will continue to be able to use that driveway. We're not proposing to get rid of it. And in fact, in order for them to, like, for example, Ms. Morrow's property, where the right-of-way abuts her property, she could access the public road from there. She would just have to put an apron on it and get a permit for that. But theoretically, she could do that. But where she's taking her access currently, there will be a gap between her property and the public right-of-way. So she wouldn't even be able to use the public right-of-way unless she purchased easement rights. When I'm not saying that we wouldn't allow her to purchase easement rights, or maybe the Junkies would even give her easement rights if she wanted them. The topic's never come up, but she suggested that she'd rather use the gravel driveway, and we're fine with that. That's not a problem. So to get to the big issue that the commissioners raised that I had no understanding of, and I don't feel too bad, by the way, because as I researched these, I found out that AEZs are kind of a new thing. They're pretty obscure, and I have a feeling that nobody would have known about them but for the Yamhellis Trail case. So I got an earful about that from Wendy Kellington, and she kind of spun me up on it. I don't know if you guys know, but when I was a baby lawyer, I used to work for Wendy at Schwabe, and she was kind of a mentor to me. And so I called her up, and she downloaded me on AEZ. So the good news is that I don't think AEZs are a problem for us here. There was two issues in the Yamhellis Trail case that tripped up the applicants. First, they were right next to orchards, and orchards, the type of spraying that you need to do for an orchard uses either aerial spraying or, in most cases, a ground air blast sprayer. And that is a type of spraying. If you looked at my letter, I put a picture in there. That's a type of spraying that is actually fairly, dissipates a lot, puts a lot of chemicals up in the air where they can get dispersed a lot further than a ground application. And because of that, they have wider setbacks, and people have to be more careful with how they spray their chemicals. And so there were some orchard owners in that case, and there were some specific chemicals that they were using. And under the FRIFRA, which is the federal, and I frankly haven't looked at FRIFRA since law school, which was 22 years ago, but we studied it in law school. And I know that FRIFRA has labeling requirements, and these chemicals, you have to follow, it's federal law that you have to follow the label exactly. And those labels in those cases would have caused problems for the farmers if they had to spray next to a public trail system. Well, we don't have that same issue here because a trail system was considered a sensitive area, like a school or a public park, and a road doesn't have that same designation, which makes a certain amount of sense because most people on the road would be in a car anyway, and so they're really protected from, you know, the spray. The other thing with the AEZs was these air blast spraying method under federal law has a 100-foot setback or this halo that goes around it. So as the tractor is moving, there's this 100-foot imaginary line all the way around the tractor in all directions, all four directions. And as the tractor's moving, if anyone gets within that 100 foot of the tractor operator has to stop, turn his chemicals off, and tell the person to leave or wait till the person leaves. Then he has to wait 15 minutes, and then he can start spraying again. But that's what, you know, that's how the AZ works. It protects people that are around spraying by making the applicator stop spraying whenever people come within that halo, that imaginary setback. Well, here there is no commercial spraying going on anywhere with near the proposed location of the road. So even if we presume the most intensive setback would apply, which is 100 feet under federal law, so you would look 100 feet all the way around where the road is and ask, is there anyone spraying commercially here? The answer is no, and therefore the AEZs do not apply. But even if someone were spraying, they would be using the ground application spray method because there's no orchards. It would just be for hay and things like that and row crops. And those types of AEZs are only 25 feet. And what I said in my letter is we would be willing to accept a condition of approval that requires our pavement to be 25 feet away from any neighboring property line on the western edge, which is really where the issue is. And the western edge of tax lot 1293, which is the subject property. And that way, if there was a problem in the future, we would avoid it. Having said that, under Oregon law, the entire AEZ issue comes up because of the application of ORS 215-296 sub 1, which us in the land use business, we refer to that as the significant impacts test for farming and forestry uses. That test only requires you to analyze current uses or uses that have occurred in the recent past. It doesn't require you to anticipate future potential spraying operations that don't exist. So for example, I heard testimony from the opponent saying, well, they might make a vineyard on tax lot to the west of us. I'm not thinking what, to the west of us on Mrs. Morrow's property. She said, well, there's some nice jewelry soils on that property and some Witham soils. And therefore we may put in an orchard, a vineyard one day. Okay, well, under Oregon law, you don't have to analyze the potential future vineyard use. You just look at, is there a vineyard now? Is there a current farm practice going on now? And what my expert went out there and looked, Mr. Thompson, looked at her property and he's concluded that there has been no recent commercial spraying or commercial harvesting of hay occurring on that property for many years. Excuse me. Now, there's also another interesting thing about AEZs, and trust me, I spent a lot of time looking at these because they're fairly interesting. The federal AEZ was amended in the fall of 2020, kind of in the waning days of the Trump administration. The EPA made a number of changes to the federal AEZ rules and actually kind of in some ways watered them down a little bit. How big of a deal that is in real life, I don't know. But one of the big changes is that they only apply the AEZs now on site under the proposed rules that were adopted. The AZ only applies on the site of the farm. It doesn't apply to the neighbor's property. Now, a little bit, what complicates that though is that some environmental groups appealed the EPA's new rules, and they filed by filing a lawsuit, and the judge put in an injunction, a stay, if you will, to make the new rules not effective. So that means that the old federal rules are still effective, and the old federal rules do have the do apply off-site. So currently the federal rules do apply off-site, even though the EPA has said that, at some point they won't. So the law, the only thing to understand there is the law is in flux with regards to the federal AEZs. Interestingly enough, Oregon adopted a different set of AEZs, and in some ways they're more strict than the feds. For aerial spraying and air blast spraying, their setback is 150 feet, but it only applies to the edge of the property line of the farm. It does not apply off-site. So in some ways it's more strict, and in other ways it's less strict. And that becomes an issue of which one rules apply, the feds or the state. And that's too complicated for me to get into today. It's not very important for this case, because in this case, the dispositive issue is there's no spraying going on right now, so you don't have to worry about AEZs here. But even if you did, it would likely be the 25-foot setback because of the ground application sprayer only has a 25-foot AEZ, and we're willing to accept a condition of approval to set the pavement back 25 feet. So the AEZ shouldn't be an issue. Now, with regards to the remainder of the case, I listened carefully to the opponent's testimony last time, and I didn't really see any issues that really relate to any of the approval standards or otherwise would cause me to some concern. You know, she testified that they raise sheep and cattle. That's fine. A road is not going to prevent them from raising sheep and cattle. It's not going to have any effect on sheep and cattle. They said that they have Jory soils, and they have cougars and lynx and fox and large herd of elk. I don't know that a road, particularly a local access road, that right now will only serve 1 or 2 houses, maybe 3 houses. If the other guy wants to use that road, new road, the neighbor, you know, I don't know that's going to have any effect. There's no evidence in the record that that would have any effect on elk or lynxes or foxes or any of the other critters. The opponents mentioned that there was that Willis Road, people drive really fast on. It's a dangerous corner. My traffic engineer, Chris Clemo, is here. I'm going to have him talk about those issues. I mean, not to steal his thunder, but he's looked at this issue and he has not found any problem. And he's a traffic engineer, so if you know he's got a professional stamp that he puts on a piece of paper and said there's no problem, I think we need to take his word for it, because you know engineers aren't in the business of making risks that are going to harm their license. So you know they're pretty conservative in how they make these estimates. But I'm going to let him talk about that because I don't want to steal his thunder. The last thing I wanted to talk about was there was a lot of testimony and a lot of, and even some at the Planning Commission, there was some concern saying, well, we think this is a little disingenuous that you're coming in for a road, because what we know that what you really want is you want to build a subdivision to the south on a tax lot called 1600, which is 27 acres or something like that. And it's zoned, I think, VLDR 2.5. So you can put 10 houses on it. And that's really why you want the road. And I've been telling everyone, yeah, that eventually, yes, that this road would, you know, be potentially used for that subdivision. But right now, what we're asking for approval for is a few hundred feet short of the northern boundary of tax lot 1600. So what we're asking for right now would not give us any development rights to 1600, and therefore anything related to 1600 is really speculative at this point. But I just thought it was kind of funny that people said, well, it's disingenuous. I'm like, why is it disingenuous? We've said that is our long-term plan. And so I didn't understand that line of argument at all. But you know, here's the thing about 1600. The big development limitation on 1600 is probably going to be water. And so I don't even think that in the future we'll come in for an application for a big subdivision. We'll probably do 1 or 2 houses and then see how the effect on the water is. In other words, instead of jumping in the lake to see how cold the water is, I think we'll probably end up sticking our toes in one at a time to see how that water issue plays out. Because obviously we don't want to build houses and then find out there's not enough water, because under Oregon's water law rules, the last person to get the water is the first person who has to shut off. So it doesn't make any sense for us to overtax the aquifer. So we're going to, more than likely going to go pretty slow on that type of development. But it's just for our purposes right now, what's important to know about that is that this approval will not lead to any development on 1600. And in fact, we would have to reapply for this exact same application. In other words, a road application to get that road extended down further, a few hundred feet. So, there'll be another opportunity to basically have this party one more time, is what I'm saying. So it's not like we're trying to get over on anybody. It's not like we're playing, hide the shell or whatever that game is, hide the pea under the shell. It's that's not what's going on. But I heard some people say there was a hot mic incident after the planning commission hearing where they said, and they complained throughout the hearing that they couldn't hear anything, but suddenly they could hear the hot mic, which, okay, whatever. But they said that I said that we were going to come back in 6 months with a subdivision application. Well, they obviously misheard me, because what I said is we are not going to come back in 6 months with a subdivision application. So, that hot mic business is a bunch of nonsense. Anyway, I won't belabor this issue much further, because frankly, I think there are no really close call legal issues presented in this case. I think this is probably one of the easiest land use applications to analyze. It's a road, and roads don't have impacts on neighbors, because everyone has roads and everyone kind of is able to do whatever they want to do on their property, even though a road exists. So, and I've heard nothing about any farm practices that we would interfere with. So for all of those reasons, I'm going to turn it over to my traffic engineer to talk about what I think is probably, the only semi-legitimate issue, and that is the traffic issue. And then I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Thompson, who will discuss some of the AEZ issues, because I figured you probably didn't want to hear too much about AEZs from a lawyer. You'd probably want to hear it more about that from an agricultural expert. So anyway, with that, Chris Clemo, could you step in and talk about the Willis Road access issue and the work that you did on this with your site distance and that sort of thing?
Thank you, Mr. Stamp.
Good afternoon. Can everyone hear me?
Yes.
All right, thumbs up. All right, this is Commission Chair Sterrett and County Commissioners. This is Chris Clemo. My business address is 1582 Fetters Loop, Eugene, Oregon, 97402. I am the transportation or traffic engineer that's been hired to help the applicant on this project. And specifically, we looked at the proposed access of Jonkey Road to Willis Road. And we've spent a bit of time out there because this application has kind of gone on for a while. But what occurred when we first looked at the site distance out there, I'd say the criteria was met, but we did note that it could be substantially improved with some vegetation removal on the north side of the road. And what happened kind of in between the first time we went out and the second time we were out there is there was a substantial amount of vegetation removed on that side, on the north side of the road. So I'm going to speak to kind of the analysis material that we presented after. Somebody asked me here to turn on my camera, and unfortunately it's broken. So I'm going to have to just speak to my computer screen. We've submitted multiple, the initial analysis and multiple technical letters into the record. What we found out there, well, first, from a safety perspective, there are no recorded crashes on this section of road. So it currently operates in a safe and efficient manner. What I can say is we looked at the speed. Okay, so the road design speed is 30 miles an hour, but it's not posted. So the statutory speed limit on that particular, Willis Road itself is 55. Because this access point is within some horizontal curves, we did speed and volume analysis out there and found that the 85th percentile speed on the road is a little over 40 miles an hour. I think it's 41 miles an hour. So we based all of our site distance kind of analysis on that. We found that we definitely meet the minimum requirements. I believe that the county staff concurs with that finding and doesn't have any issue. Other than that, our entire design and the roadway approach is intended to meet the county standards. I'm not sure I've got a lot to add to that. There was, actually what I could say is there was concern raised on kind of just sight distance and general speed around the corner where where the Jonty Road access is going to be, and we suggested installation of curve warning signs in advance of the intersection. I mean, that's something that could be done. I would defer to the county as to whether they recommend it be done. And I say that because you typically put these signs up from a consistency perspective. And if there are no other signs, curve warning signs along the length of Willis Road, it's probably inappropriate to put them at this one corner because there's a lot of other corners out there that are of similar design. So I would defer to the county on that, but if they do so, you know, we're certainly willing to install that signage. And I guess I'm open to any questions if there are any, and can follow up on rebuttal also.
Thank you. Commissioner Kula, did you have questions?
No, Chair, but I do drive that road frequently, and it is very, the location seems to be uniquely challenging. I will say that, but I also respect Chris Clemot's experience and expertise.
Thank
But
you.
it is a very, very curvy section right there.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Berschauer, any questions for Mr. Clemot?
Thank you, Chair. I might have misheard this, but what was the discrepancy between the 30 miles per hour and the 55? Because it's not posted. I didn't quite get that.
The county roadway design standard for a local road, which is the functional classification of Willis, it's a 30-mile-an-hour design standard. It's probably an older standard that the county has. I don't know if that would be the current standard if they were constructing this road. But what I can tell you is, and that's probably true of any local road in Yamhill County, has a 30-mile-an-hour design standard. It doesn't mean that, you know, travel speeds aren't faster. In fact, this particular roadway section is not posted. So the statutory speed limit on the road is 55.
Okay.
I mean, meaning
great.
it's legal to travel that fast. Yes.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. So is there any testimony in support of the application? Mr. Stamp?
I don't know if I'm still on, but I was going to have my my agricultural expert testify briefly. He submitted a letter late last night. You may have not had a chance to read it yet.
Yes, we did.
I tried to get it in earlier, but had some technical difficulties. But I'm going to get out of the way and let him testify.
Thank you.
My
Thank
name's
you.
Tom Thompson, and I'm a private agronomist. And you said you did get a chance to read the letter? Okay, so
Yes.
it lays it out there. And basically the issue was, is there any agricultural activities going out around there? And there may be a little bit of grazing or something, but no commercial activity. I went back through the aerial photographs, and back in '85 and stuff, they didn't have sufficient resolution to tell, but pretty much there hasn't appeared to be any, you know, plowing or new crops. It's just pretty much what you see is what you get. And the fields have a lot of blackberries and hawthorn and stuff in them. So concluded that they're both the tax lot to the west, 802, and the one above, which I think is 1300. And then the only other issue was the new vineyard that's to the east, and that's over 1,000 feet away. And the intervening area has a lot of trees, tall trees, firs and stuff like that. And so any sprays that the vineyard does over there, in a high likelihood, would never impact this area at all to incur the AZ going in. And then, and like Andrew stated earlier, the AZ, when you shake this all down, if any sprays did occur, they'd fall under the 25-foot rule, and moving the road would, you know, easily solve that problem for the people who may or may not be spraying. So that kind of sums it up in a little bit there. Any questions on that?
Thank you. Commissioners, any particular questions on the AEZ? No, thank you very much. Appreciate your letter and appreciate your being here today.
Chair, I just had one more question.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner.
And not for the agricultural expert, but probably for Mr. Stamp. Counselor, I don't see Chris Clemo's testimony in the record. I really needed a visual. Am I missing it?
It should be in the record. Should be in the record that was built before the Planning Commission. And so
yes.
And there's quite a bit of testimony. Actually, we actually did 2 separate letters because, as Chris said, at some point the county went out there. I'm assuming it's the county. We actually don't know who did the work, but we're assuming it's the county because who else would it be? But the county went out there and cut the vegetation back very significantly and very helpfully, I might add. And so once I saw that, I asked Chris to go back out there. And I said, Chris, see how because what Chris said was in his testimony today is that we met the standard, but it could have been better. It was the proverbial, it's pretty close. And once the vegetation was brought back, it was a lot better. And so that's why I had him go back out there. So all that information is in the record. There's technical analysis in there. And I'm sorry that you haven't had a chance to look at it. If it's, if that's something you'd want to do before you make a decision, we could talk about that as well. We're kind of hoping you'd
Counselor, I've read it, and I'll pull it up. It's in my giant stack here. I was just looking through our new testimony.
For the new
So
ones.
I just wanted to make sure I didn't see it in our new testimony from the last few days.
Okay.
Thank
So
you.
I'll pull it up.
Do we have, thank you, Mr. Stamp. Do we have testimony in support of the application? Is there anybody here who's here to testify in support? Do we have testimony in opposition and the opposition case? The organized opponent's case? Ms. Jernstadt? Is Ms. Jernstadt here? Yes? There we are. Ms. Jernstadt, welcome. So testimony in support of your opposition, or your case, actually.
Okay, I'm endeavoring to join this thing.
There you are.
Thank you.
There you are. Welcome. Could you
welcome.
give us your name, Ms. Jernstadt, and address for the record, please?
My name is Catherine Jernstead. I'm representing Friends of Yamhill County, and that address is P.O. Box 1083, McMinnville, Oregon. Do you need my personal one as well?
Yes, and your latest cholesterol level and your, just a joke. No, we got it. We're good. Thank you.
Thank you. Better have that checked or in case I get questioned again. So thank you, Chair Starrett, Commissioners Pula and Bershauer for your time here. This has become an incredibly voluminous record. And I actually have tried to use the 2-month continuance to advantage as well. And finally, after reviewing the letter that came yesterday afternoon from the applicants, I have found myself agreeing that they don't have development rights for this parcel 1292, but for different reasons. Part of what has made this so challenging is the actual application and public notices mention 2 tax lots. One is owned by Scotty Junkie Dolance, and the other one is the remaining parcel from a Measure 37 claim in 2006. What we're talking about here with Mr. Führer's effort to get an approval on 1292 is not in the notifications as any discussion of the 1600 southern parcel. None of these were in the notifications. So it is quite confusing what we're talking about here. And I would point out that the original family home has been partitioned off and sold, and that is lot 1291. And this is significant because that was sold. It is served by the easement, and it would be impacted by changes. I don't claim any expertise with easement law, but the document surrounding the Measure 37 claim says a 30-foot wide minimum non-exclusive easement for ingress and egress shall be assigned to provide access to all parcels surveyed and shown on the face of the final plat. This easement shall be granted at the time of conveyance. It is shown on that plat map, which I have, to save you uncovering it again, included it in the parcel. The road agreement, which I probably didn't include, makes clear that that easement is to serve the Measure 37 created parcels. Now, where this almost becomes irrelevant is the Measure 37 claim has expired. The document enabling it, the same one where I quote the rule, you now have 12 months within which to file the final partition plat and complete any other requirements stated above for approval of the partition. If not filed within this time period, the preliminary approval shall be rendered null and void. These conditions include domestic water issues, subsurface drainage issues. Now, they did do the survey and they did file the plat. Now, if they're going to rely on the plat for developing this small lot, then it does seem they need to rely on the Measure 37 claim in all of its detail, which again raises the issue of, is 1292 even a buildable lot? Again, I don't necessarily have the answer here. I've been in communications with Matthew Kroll of LCDC, who handles the 3749 transitions, and he was unable to find any documentation in their records that the Measure 39 claim was considered vested or that they moved it over to a Measure 49 claim, which would give them the extended period of time. And nothing in the record shows that. So I think it's an open question whether or not there's a prospect of a dwelling being constructed here based on the irregular follow through. But I also need to address some of the other issues here, specifically the statement that the road doesn't have to be needed. I would refer you to OAR 660-012-0065, parent 3, parent O, which states it's discussing transportation facilities. It does not authorize a public road per se. The local travel capacity and performance standards for facilities and improvements serving local travel needs shall be limited to that necessary to support rural land uses identified in the acknowledged comprehensive plan or to provide adequate emergency access. Again, this would possibly come up in another application for a road to a subdivision, but that's not what this is. The assertion that the easement has not been built out is contradicted by the fact that the property owner just south of them uses it on a daily basis and has relied on it. And emergency services, in addition to delivery people, have come and gone from that and other parcels that use this easement. So the business about driveway improvements, that does not require a public road. If you look at the checklist in the application packet, and which I submitted again, it's the driveway requirements. It doesn't say anything about public. And to the extent there might be a need for turnouts or pullouts, I live far enough up off the county road that we have to have pads so that vehicles passing can get out of the way of the emergency vehicles. These are all eminently reasonable criteria, but again, not connected to a public road. So I think, again, we will assert that there is no need for a public road here, and further raise questions about whether or not this is a buildable lot that Mr. Shearer is pursuing. And again, we're disadvantaged here by that lot not being in the record. What is in the record appears to be abundance of caution on the part of the fire marshal to proceed without knowing that the person he's with has a legal right. And I would say there's been enough tension in that immediate community with Mr. Shears coming and going that I don't know if he was aware of that or not. But again, this is a specific public road discussion as opposed to the larger land use issue before you here. Again, assert that either Measure 37 claim is still valid and I've just not uncovered it, in which case they have a granted easement to this parcel. If the Measure 37 claim is no longer valid and they don't have development rights, that is another issue, and again, makes this road unnecessary and inappropriate. The letter goes into a lot more of the legal back and forthing on this. And with regard to the farm impacts, I think that this unduly limits future use and is not really reflecting an impact, where in this case, they're now saying they're going to move the road further into the EFU parcel. So that's taking more EFU land out of potential developed use for farming purposes. They have not used it for agricultural purposes, and they do not have an agricultural deferral on it as far as I can tell. So again, while it's been a fascinating journey these many months, I do not believe that the application meets the criteria for constructing a public road across EFU land.
Thank you.
Glad to answer any questions.
Questions, commissioners? Thank you, Ms. Jernstedt. Commissioner Kula.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So thank you, Catherine. It's helpful having you kind of distill a lot of the voluminous record that we have seen. Can you, I was taking notes, but can you specify exactly which things that are approval criteria you have, you would put each of your statements in? Can you do that? I'm just looking at the approval criteria and listening to you.
Yeah, not off the top of my head.
Okay.
I would, if you would like that, I could work something up and submit it to you if the record were to be left open. Again, it was late last night when I got the applicant's material. And so I kind of adjusting on the fly a bit myself. So.
Okay, thank you. The other follow-up. Oh,
And also, I believe there may be some of the neighbors. Friends of Yamhill County is not the only interested party here who may want to be testifying.
Thank you. Commissioner
Okay.
Bursch, I'm sorry, Commissioner Kula,
No,
more
I just
questions?
had a follow-up, Chair.
Okay,
if you
good.
mind. Okay, thank you. So Catherine, one of the approval criteria as I was looking through them is 120202D, which is proposed use will not alter the character of the surrounding area in a manner that substantially limits, impairs, prevents the use of surrounding properties for the permitted uses listed under the underlying zoning district. A Measure 37 claim sure seems like it would, but that's not the thing that we're being asked right now. The thing is the road.
That is my understanding.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Burschauer, any questions from Ms. Jurtstedt?
No, Chair, thank you.
Okay, do we have anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition to the application? If you could raise your hand and Carrie Hinton will let you in. And if you would state your name and address for the record, please. Joyce, could you unmute yourself?
Got it.
There you are.
Yes, this is Joyce Morrow. My address is 13807 Northwest Willis Road. I am the adjacent landowner, and I use the easement that we are talking about across the land. And in the last hearing, I had submitted a letter and I did not add to that, but I did want to just make some comments because it does affect me. Probably more than anyone else. And I did want to comment on some of the things that Mr. Stamps said today in his testimony. And so I don't feel like the road is a viable use, considered use for exclusive farm use. And today, Mr. Stamps said that I could continue to use the gravel driveway and they would not interfere with that at all. And in previous testimony and in the paperwork, it shows they would be using at least 200 feet of the gravel driveway and changing that. So I don't know if they are making that change when they said they were changing the location of the road and how much that affected me. And Mr. Stamps said that the easement was all on the Jonke property, but Scott Sterling, a lot of the easement is actually on part of their land, and they also use the easement to access part of their property and come through a gate that is right there. So, in the fire marshal statement about not having an easement on the paved part of the driveway that they are saying would need to access this lot. That paved driveway area, according to Dolences, they say that that is owned by the family, the Jonke family, that land. So not having an easement just means that they have not granted themselves an easement. So it's not a matter that the easement couldn't be there. They just haven't drawn up the documents to do that because they own the land that would be that easement partial. And I thought that was, that you needed to know that they own the land that the easement would be on. Then I did in fact hear Mr. Stamp at the end of the Planning Commission meeting, and he continued to say that the long-term plan is to access the additional land and possibly and for a subdivision. And his definition of long-term and mine probably are different. And so when I heard him say that when the construction is finished, they would be immediately filing for extending that road to that other additional property, my definition sounds like short-term goal rather than a long-term goal. And so that's just a matter of definition, but I think it impacts what we are doing here. And I know that the application we're considering is really about one lot and a road. But if the road is going to be accessing a lot of other property and home sites, it really is a bigger picture than what just this one issue is. And Commissioner Koala, you had mentioned that you've been out there and that the Willis Road there is very curvy and it is quite a challenge. And I've lived there for 49 years and I respect the traffic survey, but I believe it doesn't go far enough because in order to bring larger equipment onto off of Willis Road and to line up if you want to get your mail out of the mailbox, you have to leave Willis Road sooner than the traffic survey study indicates. And for myself, we've always had to be extremely careful, and we've not had a major accident there. And for all these years, every time friends and family come to visit, they always complain about what a dangerous approach to come off of Willis Road. And they say, I'm always afraid that someone is going to hit me. And they've had many close calls. And so I think it is a bigger concern than the traffic study actually indicates. And I know that other neighbors are concerned about that safety on that corner. So thank you for listening to me. I know that is a hard decision to make, and everyone's entitled to try to do the things that's best for their property. And I feel like the safety of not only myself, but others that use Willis Road and access is really an important factor that should be considered. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morrow. Questions, commissioners?
No, Chair.
Thank you again. Thank you. Do we have anyone else who'd like to speak in opposition to the application? If you could just raise your hand, Carrie will put you in line. And if you'd state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello.
Hello, yes, go ahead. If you would give us your name and your address for the record, please.
Okay, this is Art Engen. Can you see me and hear me?
Well, we can't see you, but we can hear
Hello?
you just fine. We can hear you, but we can't see you.
Oh, okay. I'll start all over. How about that? Okay.
All right, go ahead.
Art and Ann Engen. Okay. Art and Ann Engen, 13325 Northwest Willis Road, McMinnville, Oregon. Dear County Commissioners, we are longtime owners of tax lots 1200 and 1300. We and 11 other property owners surrounding the Jonke property stress the importance of opposing this new expensive road. I personally talked to all of these 11 property owners who were listed on the planning department letter. Let's review what has been said about this application. The new road will join Willis Road at a 90-degree angle on a dangerous corner, have a 15% grade for about 200 feet. And then I mentioned about the potential of spray along the pasture land, but everybody's talking about that already. okay? So the incline will be slick in times of snow and ice, okay? The current road, okay, the current Mr. Stamp said that the fire department, the fire marshal came out and said, oh, well, the existing road is too steep. Well, if the existing road is too steep, the 15% grade road, new road is even steeper. Because I went over after testimony the time before with a level and all this, I know how to do this, and measured, and the old existing road is 11% grade. So it's not, and Mr. Stamp earlier said, oh, well, the old one's steeper than the new one. Well, it isn't steeper. It's 11%, and the new one will be 15%. So I just wanted to make that point. Seems the Jonkeys could spend a lot of money to build this county road, which is going nowhere at this time. And the point being that they say, oh, well, we're not going to do anything else with it. Well, earlier they had admitted that they were going to spend over $500,000 to construct this road. Nobody spends over $500,000 to access a lot, even if the lot is, if they're able to use that lot or develop it rather. Okay, so okay, long term, who is going to maintain this road? The developers can leave town. How about the families who live on the old road now? Or wait a minute, what about the county taxpayers? And so I go on to mention that there is no need. At the time, we thought there was no need for the Jonkeys to put in a new road because they could use the old road to access that lot. But I guess that isn't true. Okay, everyone who lives on up Willis Road will forever suffer the consequences this new Jonke Road will bring. What's this?
Okay, if they wanted to build just 2 houses, they could do that right now by accessing the easement off of Berry Creek.
Yeah. This is when Mr. Stamp says, "Oh well, we're gonna stop the road 100 yards or whatever from that potential subdivision, and because of the water situation and everything that has been pointed out earlier, he said, well, we'd take that real easy and we wouldn't do much with that, and he said we'd only develop maybe 2 lots or so. Well, if they want to develop 2 lots, on that 27 acres, they can do that right now because there's an easement off of Berry Creek that allows 3 houses on an easement. Argatus's house is already on the one on the easement, and Jonkeys could put 2 more homes on that easement. Each lot would be, let's see, half of 27. You figured out what, 13.5 acres or whatever. Our lot is 16 acres and it's just right for a home. Okay, so if they want to split their land, they could do it and put 2 homes up there, and they would be nice home sites, and we wouldn't have to be worrying about potential water issues and septic tanks probably. So anyway, I kind of digress a little bit here, but anyway, thank you for your time and consideration, and that's it.
Thank you for being here, both of you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for the Engens? Sorry. Questions?
No, Chair.
Okay.
No,
Thank
not
you.
this time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Do we have anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to the application? Just go ahead and raise your hand, and Carrie Hinton will call on you. And when you're on, please give us your name and your address for the record.
Chair, it doesn't appear that anyone's raising their hand.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Ken, and thank you, Carrie. So at this time, we'll go ahead and we'll do some public agency reports. Mr. Friday.
I believe Lance will give those.
Oh, okay. Hi, Lance. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The county sanitarian submitted a letter in response to staff's referral that provided guidance regarding the alignment of the road and potential impacts to the existing septic system located on tax lot 4501-01290. The sanitarian noted that a new repair area may need to be designated on tax lot 4501-01290, depending on the final location of the road. Staff also received referral responses from Public Works, initially noting that a road design standard exception may be necessary due to the proposed right-of-way width of Jonkey Drive. The applicant followed up with the Public Works Department to clarify that there will be a 10-foot wide utility easement for Jonkey Drive, in addition to the 50-foot right-of-way, which seemed to alleviate Public Works' concerns. And that concludes public agency reports.
Thank you very much, Lance. And now we'll have a rebuttal by the applicant, Mr. Stamp.
Thank you, Chair Sterrett. So I heard quite a bit of testimony. I'll try to be brief in responding to it. The first issue I heard is that the measure 37 lot to 1292 may have expired. Whether or not that expired is not really relevant to this application. I don't think it has expired, but this is the first time this issue has been brought up, and I think this is like the third hearing we've had. So it's a little disheartening to get information like that. It's not included in the appeal document. I don't think that issue should be considered. It's not relevant to the approval criteria. With regards to the OAR that the Friends of Yamhill County mentioned, that OAR does not create a need standard. What it does is it basically says that any road that you create can only be used for rural land uses. And when they say rural land uses, what they mean is as opposed to urban land uses. So what you can't do is build a county road and aim it towards the city and then have all the traffic from the city use that county road to access existing county roads. So you can't create a new county road to basically access a subdivision that's inside a city. That's all that rule means. In this case, we wouldn't be proposing, and there's not going to be any use of the proposed road that would be urban. Your rural zoning is EFU, forestry, and the most dense one that the most dense zone that you have is 2.5 acre lots on septic and well water, and that's considered a rural use under a 1986 Oregon Supreme Court case, what's known as the Curry County case. So that particular issue that was raised by Friends of Yamhill County is not, she's not reading the law correctly. It was interesting when I proposed that if the AEZs are a concern, which I don't think they are, but if they are, I said we could move the actual pavement 25 feet away from the property line. It's already, the way it's in the preliminary maps, it kind of weaves a little bit. It's not a complete straight line. It kind of moves a little bit, but it's within a 60-foot right of way. And all I'm saying is that, look, we could put the 25 feet of, it's all 60 right away, but we could put the pavement 25 feet away from the property line. I'm not proposing to move the right of way, which is going to be 60 feet right. It's going to be adjacent to the property to the east, to the west. I'm sorry. And so I'm not proposing to move the right of way. All I'm saying is that if AEZs are concerned, we can address it by putting the pavement a little further away from the property line. And then Friends of Yamhill County says, well, that would take more land out of EFU uses. And I'm just like, you know what? Can't win for losing with these people. You know, it's up to the commissioners if they think that the AEZs are such a big concern that you'd rather have the right of way moved or not from what we originally proposed. I will leave that up to you. Commissioner Kula was correct in asking Friends of Yamhill County if they could relate any of their concerns to approval criteria. And I think the answer you got was quite telling. The answer is no, they can't, because frankly, most of their concerns don't relate to any approval criteria. Ms. Morrow testified, and she was very confused about the easements. There's two different easements we're talking about here. And this photograph shows them right here. You have the existing pavement, which is part of an easement that Ms. Morrow uses to get to Willis Road. And what you see is that easement goes onto the property to the north of us, tax lot 1300. Okay, but that's not the same easement that the Measure 37 lot has. It has an easement that goes 30 feet here, and then it goes right up here. And you can see there's a little dashed line, and then it goes all the way up to here, and then comes more or less to the same place where the existing road is, but not quite. So when she's saying, well, whatever she was talking about, she was just completely confused about two different easements. The bottom line here is that the Measure 37 lot has a paper easement, a 30-foot wide easement, but we could not develop it. Now, I heard Mr. Engen say that he went out there, he does and measured the existing grade at 11%. I mean, he doesn't qualify himself as an engineer. He doesn't explain his methodology, and I can tell you his methodology is wrong. If that existing easement was only 11%, you know, that we wouldn't have engineers telling us that it's more than 15%. So I would place my faith in my engineers who have actual topography and actually have CAD drawings and have computers that can tell us what exact grade is, as opposed to him going out there with some hand tool and doing God knows what and coming up with a wrong answer. So that's just ridiculous. Ms. Morrow then says, she quoted me as saying that we would immediately be filing to extend the road to the south. This is, I hate to beat a dead horse, but I don't like my integrity questioned. What I said was we would not be filing immediately to extend the road to the south. Beyond that, I haven't even talked to the clients about their exact plans with regards to when they are going to plan on this, other than I know that they're not doing it immediately, because the plan is to build that Measure 37 lot out once we get the access. And then, and when I said that we may only be doing 2 lots, maybe I didn't make myself clear, but I said maybe we would do 2 lots at a time so that we could assess the effect on the groundwater. I didn't say we're limiting it to 2 lots. You know, if we can get 10 lots in there, we will, but I have some personal doubts about whether or not the wells in that area will support 10 new houses. So, you know, we got to make sure that we don't draw down water, because we can't sell houses if they don't have water. So, you know, that issue will have to be dealt with in the future. It's not relevant to this case. I heard from, you know, and I'm a hearings officer, so I hear this a lot when people testify in front of me. They said, oh, Willis Road is a dangerous intersection. And when my friends and families come visit me every time, they tell me how dangerous it is. And my response is, and yet they keep coming. If it was really dangerous, they wouldn't come, because most of us don't do really dangerous stuff. You know, if it was really dangerous, I'd be like, I ain't coming to your house. That intersection, that's crazy dangerous. I'm not risking my life to come visit you. You come to my house. So I think there's a lot of exaggeration going on. Notice that Miss Morrow says she's lived there for what, 40 years. She's never mentioned that she had a crash. So all this talk about close calls and things like that, I think is an exaggeration. What's more important though, is that by redesigning the apron that's going to attach to the road, we are actually going to improve it so that it's safer. And having a paved apron will make it easier to get down on the road without slipping and sliding, which is a safety concern. So we're actually going to make it better. And I think that's all the issues that I wanted to go over today. I mean, I think it's pretty abundantly clear that the opponents here they're very confused about the application, in large measure because roads are not an everyday application that you see all the time, and they're fairly rare, and they're conceptually difficult to get your hands around, I think. But at the end of the day, the criteria in this case are met. They're relatively easy to meet, I would say. And therefore, the board, like the Planning Commission, should approve this application. And staff has recommended approval, Planning Commission approved. So I see no reason why an approval should not be forthcoming. And thank you very much for your time, unless there's any other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Stamp. Commissioners, questions? Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Stamp, since you skated over very in the most skatable terms that this application has met the approval criteria, go for it. Tell us why it's met the approval criteria, including all the approval criteria, please.
Okay, well, how much time do you want me to spend? How much time do you want me to spend? Do you want a 5-minute answer or a half-hour answer? I can do it either way, but the application goes into 20 pages of detail of why we meet the approval criteria. But the main approval criteria are the conditional use criteria. As you noted, one of the criteria is, will the proposed use alter the character of the surrounding area in a manner which substantially limits, impairs, and prevents the use of surrounding properties? So you have to ask yourself conceptually, how would a road prevent the uses which are around us, which are rural residential uses, from continuing to be rural residential uses? And even if you say that there's some farming, I haven't really seen any evidence of anything other than even the most minuscule hobby farming going on. But even if you count that as farming, how would a road on a neighboring property prevent Miss Morrow, for example, who says she has cows and sheep? How would that road prevent her from raising sheep and cows? There's no reason. Of course,
I was going to ask, is that a question for me? So thank you for answering.
Yeah, I mean, I can't prove a negative, but there's been nothing suggested to me in the evidence where she said, I can't raise cows because that road is going to be over there, and my cows are going to experience trauma from knowing that there's a road there. It doesn't make any sense. So moving on, I'm not going to beat that horse or that cow because I think it's pretty obviously we meet that criteria. But the next criteria is the proposed use appropriate considering the adequacy of public facilities and services existing and planned for the area? Again, that criteria really doesn't apply when what you're proposing is a public facility. So, well, are the public facilities adequate to build a road? Well, roads don't really use public facilities other than, say, drainage. And we're going to put a drainage ditch in there. All the natural drainage will still be occurring. We've already got pavement there, so it's not like pavement's been a problem. So I don't know that, no one's even said that criteria would not be met. And then the use, the proposed road is or can be made compatible with existing uses or other uses allowable in this area. So that doesn't even, all that says is can be made compatible. And that usually it means, can you apply conditions of approval if there is some issue of incompatibility? Can you create a condition of approval to make it compatible? Well, I haven't heard any testimony that a road would be incompatible with the rural residential uses or the minuscule farming that's going on in the area. There's been absolutely no testimony to that effect. Again, I think it's pretty obvious that a road is compatible. You know, I mean, there's a road there now. And so I heard nothing about that. So I'm not going to beat that either. The big criteria that I have heard the most testimony on is the significant impact test, the farm impacts test. And that basically says, that test says that you identify farming practices employed by neighboring farms and evaluate how the proposed use will impact those farming practices. Well, frankly, I didn't hear a single farming practice raised by any neighbor. They said, well, we raise cows. Well, that's not a farming practice. Now, feeding hay to cows may be a farming practice, but no one said, I'm not going to be able to feed my cows because I can't get hay to my stalls where the cows live. That would be an example of a farming practice that would be impeded, but no one testified to that. You know, I mean, so for example, spraying is a farm practice, spraying chemicals. But we didn't hear anyone say that they sprayed any chemicals. Ms. Morrow had a chance to talk about that today. She didn't mention that she had any chemical sprays that she used. So you know, throughout the entire testimony, I had mention of no farming practice, none. And so that means that we meet that criteria. Now, in the application, I went out of my way to kind of assess what potential impacts we would create. And I thought about noise, I thought about exhaust odors from cars, I thought about traffic, dust, glare from headlights. We addressed all those issues, and nobody presented any evidence that would refute our conclusions. And therefore, I didn't think that was a problem. And then there's the generic criteria that says you meet all the policies of the comprehensive plan. The staff report went through and addressed what they considered to be the policies that were triggered by this application. And I mean, I guess I could go into detail on them, but the bottom line is the staff said that we meet all of the applicable criteria. And then the only other criteria was the transportation planning rule, which is that 660-0112-0065 sub 3. And that's that talks about transportation facilities, which is what Friends of Yamhill County mentioned earlier today. We've already discussed that. It basically says that you build your rural transportation network to address rural transportation needs. And, you know, and that includes rural residential houses. It includes eventually extending this road south to access tax lot 1600, which will be the subject of a different application. But, you know, obviously those are rural uses. So that criteria is met. So I tried to do that quickly, but that's a really 1,000-foot overview of the approval criteria. And there's been really a lack of evidence submitted by the opponents on any of the criteria that would lead me to think that there's any doubt that this should be approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Stamp. Commissioner Kula.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Follow up.
Yes, sir.
So under allowable or other allowable uses, wouldn't that include a future vineyard on the adjacent Morrow property?
So let me, I just went through a bunch of criteria. Which criteria are you looking at?
It looks like it's F. 120202F.
Okay, so the use is or can be made compatible with existing uses and other allowable uses in the zone. Yes, that would include, what you do there is you go through all of the uses that are permitted in the area, which in this case includes EF40, AF40, and VLDR 2.5 zone. And what you try to do there is say, is a road going to be compatible or incompatible with any of the uses that are allowed by the zoning code? And obviously there's a whole list of uses that are permitted in these various zones, everything from farm stands to utility facilities to wineries, to, you know, there's probably 50 uses. But the question becomes, what about a road would make it impossible or make it incompatible with any of those uses that are that could be next door? I mean, it becomes rather theoretical at some point, but I'm not aware of any use that would somehow not be able to exist if it's next to a road.
I'm just confused then, because you said earlier that the future use of the Morrow property
okay.
by as a vineyard, and in the record from Joyce Morrow is both future use and concerns about conflicts with it.
Okay, what I was talking about there was specifically related to ORS 215-296 sub 1, which is the significant impacts test, which is a different criteria. And I realize that when you're talking about the, you know, when you're a hearing like this, it's easy to not, I mean, it's hard to understand exactly everything someone's saying. When I made that statement, I was referring specifically to that one approval criteria. I wasn't thinking about, you know, the application of that particular other approval criteria, sub F, the one that you're mentioning there. This one does require it says a use is or can be made compatible with existing uses and other allowable uses. So, and yes, for that purpose, you have to consider whether or not it is compatible with uses that are allowed by right in the zone. So,
correct. I wasn't confused, and so
no,
I don't think you
no,
need to
okay.
suggest I was. Yeah.
What I was trying to say is I didn't want. I'm sorry if I did confuse you, is what I was saying, but I was really focused on that other criteria. But when you think about it, I mean, the question remains though. Let's say there's a winery next door. How is having a winery? How would a winery not work if there is a road next to it? I mean, a winery needs a road to get to it. You know, if Ms. Morrow wanted to build a winery, she would have to come in for this exact same application. She wouldn't be able to access her winery on a private road. She'd have to have a better road, a better surfaced road. So she would have to end up doing the same application. So if anything, I'm helping her build her winery that she wants in the future.
Well, Councilor, I believe that the request or the mention was for a vineyard and not for a winery. So I'm just going by what's in the record, sir.
Okay, well, I'm just saying hypothetically, if she wanted a winery, these days you can't really do vineyards without wineries. There's no money in that. You got to turn it into
many vineyards that are on their own, sir. But I'm coming back to the application, which includes a reference to wanting to have a future vineyard. That's in the record. There's concern about it in the record. So this is the approval criteria that I was referring to.
Okay.
But I have another question for you, Councilor, if I may, Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just don't want to push my time over here. So since you can't add more residences to the private easement that exists, which is why you're here with us, right?
Yes.
You can't put any more on. Then two questions are, why are you not just doing a private easement access, which would allow up to 5 for these properties? And then the second question is, would you be, since that's the challenge for you, this is why we're here, is that you can't put more cars onto that private easement that exists already, would you be amenable to a condition of approval that limits the number of houses that can be serviced by this public road?
So, so what you're saying, let me make sure I understand the question. If you're saying, why don't we just, instead of asking for a public road, why don't we just ask for the same thing as a private road? Because that would get us 5. There is some overlap between the existing private road and the public one. So, but beyond that, we eventually do want to extend this road down further south to 1600. There's no doubt about that. And so if we did that, we would only be able to build 3 houses on tax lot 1600.
I don't know if
And-
that's an approval criteria though.
Right, it's not, but you're asking me why we're not asking for a private road. And that's one of the reasons is because we're gonna have we got 1292 that needs access on it. We got 1293 that currently is not developable, but it could be if we were to meet the $80,000 test. So that's 2, so that would give us 3 more to the south, although actually we'd only get 2 more to the south because the let's see, which road is that? It's the guy the feller that's right below us, and that's 1291. He would have to access this road, so his lot would count. So let me see if I can get that close. So that's the measure 37 lot. His lot and then this lot would all use it. That's 3. So we can only get 2 more to the south. So that's one of the reasons we need to go public. But the other reason is I don't even think we could get 5 on there because the county wouldn't approve it as a private road because it's already got 5 houses on it. So I don't think they're going to let us overlap the 2, and we can't do it without some overlap. So I think that's why we're going for 5, or excuse me, going to the public road standard.
So to clarify then, you don't have the ability to run 2 roads parallel to each other all the way up to the point where it splits off onto the other private land.
Yes.
I'm not seeing how you need this unless we're not discussing right now a measure 37 claim and a development and 1600. We're just discussing this right now. And since we have approval criteria, I just don't see why it's not reasonable to limit the number of houses that service this road or that this road services.
Yeah, in this corner right here where our new road is designed, and right here, right there, those 2 roads, those 2 easements intersect with each other. So we definitely, this road right here is going to come down, and that's where it's at 15% grade. There's really no other way to get up to this road without doing that. But if we limit it, we probably can't even get that thing to pencil out without having a few more lots from 1600 to eventually make that thing pencil.
And I just want to note that many times over, we've explained that our role is as decision makers and not to make your project profitable. So what I'm just requesting is that we apply a condition of approval that limits the number of households that are on this road.
And what approval criteria would that relate to?
The profit, sir? I mean,
No,
I don't think we have
the condition of
criteria.
approval that says that we're limited to build a public road, but we can only have 5 houses on it. What approval criteria would that condition relate to?
I would relate it to the allow. I think it's F, but I mean, what approval criteria is the profit related to, sir?
It's not.
All right,
Sharon,
I'm
if I-
done. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you. I don't know how that would work because technically this new road doesn't even go to lot 1600. It's not.
That's right.
Doesn't go as far as it needs to be able to apply that criteria. So for me, that I don't know that I could do that. You might consider that in the next step, but for this particular application, I don't know that I would be comfortable doing that.
Can you elaborate? Oh, I guess we're not in deliberations yet. I'll ask you that later.
Okay, other questions? Okay, so at this point, excuse me, we'll do the, I'm assuming that there is no more opportunity to keep the record open. We're just going to go to staff recommendation. Is that correct? Commissioner Berschauer.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry. When is an appropriate time to ask Ken Friday a question?
Coming up. Coming up. I've got a few too. So we'll move on to item 13, staff recommendation, and go ahead, Mr. Friday.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll provide the staff recommendation, and then maybe Director Friday will tag on to it with his wisdom.
Thanks, Lance.
Based on the testimony and evidence in the record, the applicant has successfully demonstrated that the proposed uses satisfy the requirements of the relevant comprehensive planning goals, administrative rules, and sections of the Ammo County zoning ordinance. Staff recommends approval of the applicant's proposed road with the conditions of approval as adopted by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, Lance. Appreciate that. Commissioner Bershauer, did you want to ask Mr. Friday some questions?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Hi, Ken.
Hey.
So I guess the applicant has made it very clear that they do intend to develop 1600, which I actually find pretty refreshing, that there's not some sort of shell game going on here. I don't find that disingenuous at all. I think that's quite refreshing. And it helps in our decision making. My question is that if they are to come back, if this is approved today and they come back to extend the road to 1600 with the intention of developing it, at that point in time, would there be any, do you foresee any traffic mitigation elements that would be further necessary? Because now if you're considering putting, I don't know, 5 to 10 homes on it, all of a sudden the traffic impacts change. So is that something that you foresee happening?
I don't foresee it happening. Obviously, it's something that we would send notice out again to neighboring property owners and referrals out to the Public Works Department. And if they saw that there were concerns about traffic, certainly we would address them. But if they, do a good job of building this road, I don't foresee that there should be too much in the way of traffic mitigation that I would expect to happen in the future.
Okay, so is it safe to say that as proposed, this road, if it's eventually extended and let's say they build it out to 10 homes, that it would be adequate to accommodate that and there wouldn't be any further mitigation needed?
Yeah, that's what I would foresee. Now, he's correct that, it doesn't extend all the way up there. And so there's a whole nother application process that they would have to go through to do this. And I realize that the concern is about the future development and are we, in a way approving that future development, but we really did approve at least an opportunity to develop in the 1980s when this property was zoned for very low density residential with a 2.5 acre average lot size. So it's envisioned to be developed at some point. And Mr. Stamp is probably correct that, it may not have 10 lots, may have less than that, but certainly it is in a zone that is appropriate and that we as planners would point to as being something that should be developed because it's been planned for that. And the expectation is that would happen at some date.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question, Ken, and that has to do with the Measure 37 claim and whether or not it was expired. Is that germane to the discussion? And the other question I had regarding that was if it was not, as Mr. Stamp mentioned, it was not originally put into the record, is this a waive it or raise it issue, and does it matter?
I think it is a waive it, or raise it or waive it, issue. And, the issue's been raised. I agree with Mr. Stamp. It doesn't really affect the road. Whether that parcel is buildable or not, you can have a road for many different uses, farming, just for access to the property. The house does not mean that there can or cannot be a road. It really isn't directly on point to this issue.
Thank you. Commissioner Kula, questions?
Yes, I'm just starting to get a little bit confused because with Commissioner Bershauer's questions to Director Friday, it sounded like really this is a question about future development that we're making right now. But Director Friday just said the Measure 37 is not something can you have more clarity around that, Director Friday? And then the second thing that it would be great for you to address is in the voluminous record from the Measure 37 time, it was very clear that the commissioner said you cannot use the road, the road that goes down to Berry Creek Road. So it did seem like the commissioner said, yes, you can use this thing. You have the right for here. You don't have the right to access it except on a limited basis. So can you kind of clarify that? Because I don't see a right that's allowed here that was given through the Measure 37. Maybe that underlying zone, but the 37 is to reference the underlying zone.
And let me try to answer as I can. I'm not sure I really understood the last part, but let me see if I cover it by this answer. That I was meaning that I understand that the issue with the neighbors is the future development of the property next door. I was not meaning to say that this road, that is a question directly onto this road, but rather that's the question that the neighbors have of this road. And I think the applicant has been clear that that's something that eventually they are going to want to do. And I'm just trying to be clear that that is something that the law would allow them to do up to the limits of the zone and what I guess I'll call carrying capacity of the land due to the septic systems and et cetera. So that's what I meant that I was trying to say.
Okay, thank you, Director. So if I may, the chair.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Director Friday, you described it as the issue is really the neighbor's issue with the future activities on sites further down the line. So to that end, since we're not making that decision and we're looking at this particular proposal that's in front of us, why is it not reasonable to limit the number of households who use this road as part of the conditions?
Well, I think Andrew Stamp's question about, what criteria would we put that under is a pretty good question as to, why do you believe that we need to do that? I guess is my question back. And if you believe it needs to be done, I think the board could do that and then just realize that the next time when they come back to in the future to potentially extend that road, I presume they will at the same time be asking for a condition to eliminate that limit on the road. But again, I kind of circle back to the criteria and the standards and what are you putting it under that the opponents have identified that has the need for that. And I will say, as planners, we're just making the call based on the law that is before us, and the board can decide, well, I want to do something a little different than what the law says because I think it is right, and that's totally up to the board's prerogative. But I'm just telling you, I don't see anything under the law that would lead me to recommend a limit like the type that you've described.
Okay, thank you, Director. Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing it under the F, which is the existing and allowable uses in this underlying zone. And I think the more car traffic that we have immediately adjacent to rural residential neighbors, since we've now heard that an allowable use is residential, I do think that it is providing an impact. And Ms. Morrow made it pretty clear that she believes there are impacts. So I'm going with F.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anybody else have any questions? So at this time, let's see where we're at. I'll go ahead and close the hearing. And we can go ahead and begin with deliberation. So commissioners, it looks like we've had a fair bit of that. So Commissioner Burschauer, I'm going to start with you in terms of some of the comments you'd like to make to wrap it up.
Well, the one I just made, Chair, was, kind of my biggest piece, you know, if the long-term intention is to add homes there, I would want to make sure that the decision we're making now makes sense for that, even though it's not technically related to it. The concerns that we brought up at the last hearing around the AEZ issues, that has been satisfied for me, you know, especially, and part of that discussion was about the trail and the issues around that. I don't see anything even remotely close to some of the challenges that the trail faced on this particular application. And then the last comment that I have is that for traffic, you know, it does seem that the application includes some mitigation for traffic that makes a lot of sense, especially considering the safety issues there. So I would be inclined to support the application.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Kula.
Thank you, Chair. I think that I believe we've heard enough testimony that this road will impact neighbors, both farming and other allowed uses. And I'm going to come back to that, if we are to approve it, and again, it's a conditional use, we have a lot of discretion around this, that it should be limited to the number of households who could possibly use it, given its existing, you know, it goes from here to here. It doesn't go to there, which there is the Measure 37 claim that would be developed. So with that, I think that we should limit it to, if we're to approve it, to limit it to a very small number of households who are allowed to use that road. But again, I think that this is something that should just go under a private easement access.
Thank you, Commissioner. This was one of those things where during the whole discussion, it was so apparent that I could see it going either way. I understand the impacts. There's no question about it. Whenever there's a road and whenever we're dealing with any number of roads in Yamhill County, which are windy and dangerous, and then you put in a road. I mean, just paving a road changes the traffic pattern and the speed and all of that, and adds to safety concerns. So I see it both ways. But I think that, as Mr. Friday pointed out, and so much of the time what it comes down to for the board, I see, is based on what the law says, what are we deciding on? And since I might want to do it one way, but the law says we got to do it another way, or there's an allowance for it the other way, a difficult decision. But I think that because of that, I would tend to uphold the planning department and the planning commission's approval. So I'm gonna ask for a motion.
I move that we approve the application number C-23-20/RN-03-20.
Motion to approve. Further discussion?
Does that include any new conditions of approval?
I would bring in Mr. Friday on that. I am not prepared to offer any additional conditions at this time, and maybe take some counsel from Mr. Friday in terms of additional conditions onto this approval.
I don't have any suggested ones.
Okay.
As far as any additional ones, but obviously we would enforce whatever the conditions are that the board decides to put on.
Okay, thank you for that. So Commissioner Kula, you wanted to, are the conditions that you would suggest in addition to what you just shared with us as far as limitations?
Yeah, I was just going to propose a condition of approval of 5. But I'm happy to just go of 5 households accessing that. I'm happy to just do consensus though, so you don't need to make separate motions.
Right, I would have a hard time on that limitation. I think that gets into territory that I don't think that this is really all about. That's just my take on it. Commissioner Berschauer.
Chair, oops. I agree. I think if we're going to be considering a limitation on the number of homes to be developed on lot 1600. I think that's probably better suited for a subsequent application if that ever comes forward.
Okay, so we have a motion to approve, to uphold the Planning Commission's approval of the application. And at this time, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign.
Aye.
Thank you, commissioners. The motion passes. So we'll go ahead at this time and see, that is the end of the hearing. Oh, we have to talk about findings and a date for a recommended date to return with the findings. Christian, do we have a approximate date, or Ken, do you have that?
Well, I was going to ask Andrew Stamp if he would assist with the findings and present findings in 2 weeks or 3 weeks, and ask him what might be appropriate for a date for findings.
Mr. Stamp?
You're
Can you
muted.
unmute? Can you unmute? Thanks.
I think he's frozen.
No, he's trying to figure out unmute.
There we go.
There you are.
I'm such an expert at Zoom, I tell you. No, but what happens is whenever the administrative person who takes you out and then puts you back in, there's about a 5 or 10 second delay where I didn't hear my computer's not letting me see anything. So I heard Ken Friday talk about asking me something, and then boom, I didn't hear the rest of it. But I assume what he's going to ask is, can I write the findings? And if so, when will I get them to him?
Correct.
Exactly.
As powers of intuition. So I can write the findings, and I could, let me think. Could I have them to you? Give me 2 weekends. So this weekend and next weekend, could I have them the next Monday after that weekend?
We would need them for the Thursday of the, what does that give us? What does that bring us up to? Is that the 1st?
I believe that's the 8th, July the 8th.
The 8th? That's the 8th. So the 8th of July?
Yeah, that would be great. That would give me a little time. And there's not a 120-day issue here that you need, or 150-day issue you need to worry about. That time period after the oral approval, I think you have the law is written to where there's like 14 days that don't count anyway, so it's not a big deal. So yeah, that would be fine.
I'm sorry, that would actually be 3 weeks, but we had talked about it.
Okay, I'll give
I think either of those dates. I think if you're okay with the 8th and the board is okay with the 8th, then that date works.
Okay.
Okay, so you want my findings, my draft findings by the 8th, or is that the hearing date?
That would be the date we would be acting on them and approving them. So if we could have them before, a week before would be ideal.
So how much before would you need?
If you need 2 weekends, if we could have them by the prior Friday, that would be ideal.
Prior Friday, okay.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, well.
Thank you for taking the time to hear the testimony.
Thank you. Thank you, Lance. Thank you, Ken. Thank you, everybody. So at this point, we'll go ahead and come back into the, go ahead. Yes.
And I'm sorry, this is unscheduled, and I just, I just wanted to note that former Commissioner Ted Lopzinski passed away. If you guys had mentioned it earlier, I didn't know about it. I can tell Commissioner Sarah didn't know about it. His service was today, and I was, my wife went, but I wasn't able to go. So I just wanted to take just a moment and say how much I appreciated him as commissioner. I was hired in the late 1980s, and over my early career, he gave me lots of good pieces of advice on how to support both the public and the commissioners. And I use a lot of that advice today. And he was a Marine, and he loved his country and he loved his community. And I think he did his best to serve both. And I'm going to miss him. That's all I want to say.
Thank you for that, Ken. I didn't know.
I'm sorry. It was in the News Register, but the service was very quick right after he passed away last Friday.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. I appreciate it. All right, yes, he will be missed, and he definitely left a legacy because he would come and visit the commissioners and subsequent boards throughout the years and always tell them what he thought, and he never minced words. So appreciate that. Thank you, Ken, for telling us. So we'll end that public hearing. Come back to the informals, to the point of announcements. Commissioners, do you have any announcements?
I don't have any, Chair, that can't wait. Good Parkway committee meeting, right? This morning.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have some, but I'm going to hang on to them. Commissioner Berschauer.
I'm done.
Okay, and I see Christian has nothing to share, so that's good. So we'll just move on. He has no information to share about the past weekend's soccer games. Mr. Huffer, anything for the good of the order? All right. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Carolina. We'll go ahead and adjourn.